All right. Hi, folks. I'm using Riverside again, simply because hopefully it works better for folks. And so I'm going to leap right in. I used to play a song in the beginning all the time, but that was because I had a lot of new songs and I already played the song earlier today on a different live. Um, and so I'm not going to do that again. Let's see here. So I'm going to go jump in completely. Hold on. Hi, folks. Okay, it is working. Sometimes it's still a transition, a little bit for me here. Gonna share a screen. Hey, Christina. Hey, Christina, if you could give me the biggest, if you could do me the biggest favor, because I am on Riverside, could you let me know if there's ever like a super chat that I cannot see? That I just don't want to accidentally miss people, or if there's a new member, anything like that. That'd be great. Um, Katie said I finally did that little bell to notify everyone. Keeps talking about LOL. Hi everyone. You know what's so funny? People have told me that sometimes it doesn't work for them. So I'm glad it worked for you. All right. So we're in Exhibit 154, which is document number 12335. And I'm guessing this is May 19th, 2024, because that seems to be the trend of the things that are coming in here. So May 19, 2024. And let's see here. 1233-4. I'm still doing my little spreadsheet here to remind me. And it's supposed to be, this I think came from Colleen Hoover, but it doesn't say. Yes, Colleen Hoover. Kind of interesting way to send it. But she sends an iMessage. Somebody sends an iMessage. Okay, if it's on the left side, those are the people sending a message, right? And if it's on the right side, that's her. I have an Android, so I don't actually know if it's different for iPhones or iMessages. Oh, Christina said you get 3 notifications from a creator a day. So if you posted more than 3 videos, they might not get a notification. I do, but others might not. Okay, I am ridiculous in how many how many videos I sometimes put in a day. So it's high chances are chances are high, I mean. Okay. All right, so I don't know who's saying what here, but on Sunday, May 19th at 10:23 p.m. it says, "Ha, LOL, great talking to you. Can't wait to compare notes." And then on Monday, May 20 at 12 p.m. it says, "Sending you my thoughts now. Sent. I'd like to get them to Blake as soon as possible, so reach out whenever you have the chance to read them. Thank you." And then it says, "Hi, haven't gotten yet. Just sent you email." Weird. Let me double check your email. Sent again. Yours came through as dangerous spam. So maybe our emails hate each other. Okay. By the way, I should put this on. Oh, I did put it for May 20th. Okay. Then at 2:41 p.m. it says, "Got it. Just read through. Send for sure. I think they are great. Smart." Okay. So, okay. It sounds like on the left-hand side is Josh. And on the right-hand side, it's Colleen. Is that right? Because that's interesting. Is the left-hand side really Josh? Or are there more than one people? How can you tell if there's more than one person in a chat? Because I'm so surprised that's how Josh would text if he's the left-hand side. Is that really how he texts? That's a weird way to text. Am I supposed to think that this is him? Yeah, right side is the owner. Then she says, "Hey, Josh." So this, the ha, LOL, great talking to you. Can't wait to compare notes. Hi, haven't gotten. I mean, okay, so maybe it's maybe I imagine a different voice in my head when I was reading it. I totally thought this was. I guess I just didn't think it was Josh. Okay. So then she says on May 23. Okay, look, it went from May 20 to May 23. It jumps 3 days. So May 23. Okay. And she says, "Hey Josh, wondering if the plan tomorrow is the same. If so, I was going to work on writing something up tonight to send to you for thoughts. Unless you'd rather me just run it by Blake. Don't want to put you in any sort of position. I have a house full of people showing up tomorrow and wanted to get ahead of it." It says, "Hi, hold off, spoke to Blake. We agreed let's have bake off, but just our version. They aren't testing theirs again on Thursday. You want to come? Then we slam that through." Okay, so it is a really interesting thing. This is really interesting because Josh calls it our version. And so here's when we can go, maybe there's a little bit of truth everywhere, right? So here's one piece of truth. Justin had a director's cut. Well, he never got to finish his director's cut, but he had a cut. Sony has a right to a cut. And the way that it was going to be decided who gets to be in the theater was a bake-off. The bake-off was based off of whether it would hit certain marks, and if it did, that person would win and have their version show. Now, Blake Lively's version did not score better than Justin Baldoni's, and he was able to hit the marks that were required, but she said, "No, you're going to still use my cut, and I won't promote the movie, and neither will Colleen unless you choose my cut. And we'll make the changes that you want, but you're going to use my cut." And then she ends up saying, the editors end up saying that a lot of Justin Baldoni's cuts ends up being in Blake Lively's cut simply because hers was super confusing. It just didn't test as well. So that's why they needed to replace it. Replace what she had, right? So why am I saying there's a little bit of truth everywhere? Josh here is calling it our version. So Josh is with Sony. So she says, "I ran Sony's cut." There is some truth from Josh's perspective because he represents Sony, and he says this is our version. Now, Justin Baldoni's right though too, because one, she reneged on like the rules, which was if it was based on whether who scored the highest, and not only scored the highest, but scored a specific kind of level, then theirs would proceed, and his was better, right? And or at least scored better at the very least. But the thing is, Sanford, who's the president of Sony, did not see it as Blake Lively leading a Sony cut. He definitely saw it as leading her own cut, and that it was not something that they were asking for. That like the Sony had said if they liked the cut of Justin Baldoni, which they did, right? Like they wouldn't need to have a second option. The only reason they had a second option is because Blake Lively forced the hand. And then when she lost fair and square, she's like, "No, you're still going to choose mine." So it's like, then stop faking it. Why did you pretend that you were going to care what the audience asked for? But no, she was like, and here's the thing, she wanted to prove that she needed to save this movie. Like, nobody needed you to save this movie. No one. So then Colleen said, "When will it be?" He said, "Thursday, May 30th. "Yeah, I can be there." "Awesome. I'll send you details. My mother's traveling to Washington with me that week. Could I bring her?" Excuse me, which Washington? My Washington? Was she coming to my Washington? Or Washington, D.C. instead? And he goes, of course. She goes, I'm busy from 9 to 11 tomorrow if you want to chat after. But despite what the numbers and feedback say or don't say, I really think we need to choose a cut and move forward. And as it stands, I think Blake's is the stronger one to move forward with. It just checked a lot more boxes for me, and I strongly feel she can work it to be the best film in edits so that we can ultimately get to the best film for the readers. I appreciate the work put into this by everyone, but the back and forth at this point is going to hurt this movie beyond measure. Let me know if there's anything I can do to convey my feelings whenever I need to convey them. I'm supposed to have a meeting with Sony Marketing about Book Bonanza tomorrow, but at this point, I think I'm going to push it because I feel like things aren't settled at ASAP. I need a backup plan for that event. Thanks for working so hard at this. Feel free to reach out tomorrow if you need to. Otherwise, this is what I feel is best for the readers, and that's all I care about. Interesting, Colleen. So she already starts to say, I mean, she doesn't ultimately say that she's only going to promote unless Blake's, because she says, I really think we need to choose a cut and move forward, and that she thinks that Blake's is stronger. If that's the case, I'm like, well, how good of a judgment, like what good of a judgment do you have? Because the first cut of Blake Lively's movie scored poorly, and her second version scored even worse. And didn't her second version, wasn't her second version like the one with Colleen's input in it? I'm not sure. I'm not positive. I just realized this went to May 31st. I want to see if okay. So it went from May 23rd to May 31st. Okay, hold on. I need to put it in my timeline here. Okay, 12:33:5. Ekala says she doesn't know what's best for the readers. And then on Friday, May 31 at 10:20 a.m. Absolutely. Avail any time to discuss. Text me when free. I call you. We can discuss all. And she says, I'm free now. And then it jumps to June 8th. Let's see what's June 8th. It says, okay, 6/8/2024, 12:33:5. Text. She says, I can't begin to imagine your mental state today. I hate even sending you this text. But if there's any way you can give me a firm yes or no today on the movie is happening next week at BB. I have a matter of days to figure out how to pivot half of this event, and I need to get my team started on that ASAP. Thank you. I just received a really nice text from Blake. She wants Book Bonanza to happen and wants this movie to happen. She says she was just frustrated last night. So hopefully she speaks to Tom today and there's some light at the end of the tunnel. And then it jumps to June 10. So Josh left her on red or gave her a call. One or the other. Either he left her on red or gave her a call. I have a feeling he gave her a call. Because she keeps texting him. Oh, wait. No, he left her on red. Sorry. I realize now. He left her on red. Because she says, hi. Not to nudge. Zero pressure. Zero pressure. Just kidding. Y'all know. Maybe I should do another shirt that just says zero pressure. Zero pressure. But hi, not to nudge. But I'm in a meeting with 30 people at this hotel who are all preparing for this movie Saturday night. Is it confirmed? Not yes. Blake and Tom speaking today. We are reserving theaters to move forward as if. Okay, we will move forward as if it's happening as well. There are so many moving parts to this. However, we can make this happen with whatever version of the movie is shown would be ideal. Hopefully they have a productive convo. Do you know what time they're chatting? Okay. Interesting. This is interesting. So on the side, so Colleen even up to this time, even close to Book Bonanza, she was saying she was open to either version. So she wasn't even saying it needs to be Blake's. She's like, I'm open to either version. So I do think that Blake started saying stuff like she's not going to do this without, but I don't think she even is saying that here. June 16 at 7:07 p.m. Congratulations, heard it could not have gone better. It was so great. Everyone loved Blake and the movie, and even the transferring of all the people went great. Great weekend all around. Thank you for making it happen. So it probably I think when Colleen said that Sony made the decision, I think it was probably either Josh helped facilitate things, but I think it might have been Tom. Tom in the end that probably made the decision, because they said that she was talking to Tom. And I forgot who Tom is. I know I've seen his name, but then it leaps 3 days later to June 19 at 8:02. He says, hi, I know you're talking to Ange tomorrow about reminders of him. We want Sony to be your home. You are the best, Josh. It's all about the money. This is wheeling and dealing. This is all about future franchises and getting somebody on board with your company and da 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 da. Everything is about the almighty dollar over here. And she says, here's hoping. And then it jumps all the way to August 6th. Interesting. She jumps all the way to August 6th and texts him. Should I be wondering why she's texting him all the way on that premiere night all of a sudden? I don't know, but maybe it's because it's a premiere. Okay, yeah, it's the premiere. She wants him to Cat Harmony, Tom Rothman, the one Matt Damon called. I think so. I think that's who it was. So Tuesday, August 6th at 9:29 p.m. Josh, my mother wants to meet you. Where are you? And he says, I just got back to my hotel. Darn, would love to meet your mom. She says, totally fine. I hope you had a great night. It was wonderful. I love how wonderful it was for you, Colleen, as Justin was in the basement. Yay! Good for you. I'm so proud of you. I'm so happy you are happy. This is all you. You created this world. Pretty effing cool. Congrats. Okay, Josh. I thank you. Everybody knows I censor myself, but he's censoring himself, so you're doing the work for me. I appreciate it. So then it jumps to August 9th. Not surprising. Again, interesting the days she chooses to reach out to him. They're all very significant days in the timeline, if you notice. Except this one's not. August 8th was a Thursday, but August 9th was the premiere, like the ultimate premiere for or opening, release date, maybe the release date, I should say. Policy and procedure, Bashia said the videos from the event show Blake saying, I'm just gonna play it. Nobody knows, but I'm just gonna do it. Screw it. And both Colleen and Brandon look shocked. Yeah, I mean, there was a whole back and forth. It does seem like there are texts to show that they knew the full movie was going to be shown. But yeah, I think they did know. I think it was just for pretend, because I think I saw text messages where she told Brandon, hey, don't watch the full movie. Just watch it with everybody else. And so when Brandon's like, I haven't even seen it, it was a true statement, because she had told him not to watch it until he watches it with everybody else. So August 9th, she says, thank you for everything, Josh. I know this one was extra stressful for many reasons, but it's here. Keep me updated if there are any exciting numbers or news. Heart. And then August 10th. Let's see, August 10th, he texts back. So this is definitely not a dynamic. where Josh feels that Colleen is ever someone he needs to respond to quickly. There's just lags throughout responses here. But he actually texts her at 2:36 in the morning. The following day, okay, 46 with some upside. And then it jumps to Monday, September 23. Why, Josh? Monday, September 23, 12:45 p.m. Hi, Colleen. Give me a call when you have a moment. Have some news for you, Josh. She says, will do. I'm going through security at the airport right now, but we'll call when we're in. Is that about her movie? Is that about her movie? Of reminders of him or whatever it is? I'm sorry. Every time I see September, I think this is 4 days. This is 4 days before Van Zandt Day. I'm not saying that it's correlated. I'm not saying that it has anything to do with Van Zandt, but I'm just saying he doesn't say what it's about. And I just find it interesting that he reaches out 4 days before Van Zandt. But it's probably about her movie rather than that. But it is 4 days before Van Zandt. That's all I'm thinking about. December 17. Okay, 12/17/2024, and this is 12:30. Okay, this is 3 days before she files her Blake files her CRD complaint, and 4 days before the New York Times hit piece. And she texts Josh out of the blue again, and say, any thoughts on the Urus? Been looking at them online, but I'm nervous. Its interior and infotainment system is meh, like the DBX. Also, hi, hope you're doing well and stress-free. Laughing, crying emoji. Hi, don't know the Lamborghinis. Depends on what you are using for weekend long drives. Everyday car, track, not tracked, just to drive around for fun. I have a Lincoln Nautilus for everyday car. It's actually amazing. Laughing emoji, laughing crying emoji. But I have a CT5 back wing. I'm thinking of trading, and the Urus is just so pretty. Pretty car, Ferrari and Porsche. Better cars and hold value more and drive the best. Yes, waiting on the Puro whatever to not be $1 million. Y'alls, do you notice the coding that they're doing? So Justin Baldoni talked about Lamborghinis and Ferraris in an interview, for one. And actually, let me show you the Ferrari interview. He likened Blake Lively to a Ferrari. Y'all, they knew that the hit piece was coming out. Do you notice how they're using codes? Let's do some sleuthing on the coding that they did on this. Like they think they're being so funny. The laughing emojis, they think they're so smart. They think that people are not going to pick up on it if it gets released to the world, we're going to read that and go, what does this all mean? But let's see what this all means. Okay, first and foremost, let's see what he said about the Ferrari. Pretty car, Ferrari and Porsche. Better cars and hold value more and drive the best. Okay, that is talking about Blake Lively. And actually, I'm going to take this. It's actually, I'm a little peeved by their thinking that they're so funny. and so smart by putting out this thing. I'm gonna grab this. I'm gonna put it in through a system here. Sorry, I'm gotta have to be quiet for one moment as I'm doing this. This tells me that Josh was probably in cahoots the whole time, even all the way up to December. Mm-hmm. Oh, sorry. Am I making noise? um, I didn't know what the Puro saying, whatever that is. It's I guess that's the Ferrari. It's the Ferrari's first four-door, four-seat vehicle. It's a thoroughbred in Italian. It means thoroughbred in Italian. Yes, waiting on that to not be $1 million. So why people talk about the price? Very limited production, extremely high demand, dealer markups. Oh my word. You know what? I think it is, y'all's. We're okay. All of this is allegedly, obviously, because we don't know. I think the Puro saying whatever, however you say that, that Ferrari, right? I think I think that that's it starts with us. And they knew that the hit piece was going to come out, and they're going, "Hey, in order for us to get that the rights back, if to sell it back to us, because how much are book sales? I wonder how much she bought the rights for." Um, I actually think this keyboard sounds is like ASMR in a way. I actually really do love the sound of clicking of the things. So we don't actually know how much the book how much do book rights usually sell for? Okay, y'all's okay. Yes, I'm gonna tell you that I 100% believe that the Puro saying whatever is the movie is the movie rights. It's the movie rights. So if we're gonna read that as code as code. So what is a URIS? When you look up what a URIS is, is a Lamborghini. And okay, so we had Justin compare Blake to a Ferrari. So let's see. I think that Justin Baldoni did an ad for a car, but I don't remember if it was a Lamborghini. Also, I'm irritated where I put in Justin Baldoni, what ad did he do for a car, and everything that comes up is about the driver of Blake Lively. What's that about? I wonder if they put that so that if people were trying to look up the ad that Justin Baldoni did, was it for life and style? I don't know. Was it? I just remember he did an ad and I thought it was for a car. I remember he got in a car. It was like a day. I remember watching it. Do y'all remember watching that? It was on YouTube. Okay, let me look at YouTube to see. And I really feel like Ryan Reynolds totally was like, "Oh, you guys, let's be cheeky about it and like speak in code, and nobody will get it." Wink, wink. Um, it was maybe it was for Life and Style. I can't remember now, but gosh. Oh, it was a Lexus. Was it a Lexus? Well, that doesn't work as well. I don't know. So I don't know anything about what the Lamborghini is not then if it's not him. Says it was on the Lexus Facebook. Okay. Okay. I can't I just watched it a few days ago, but I can't find it right now. Okay, I'm going to have to let that piece go. But each of these things, and I think it's I would love people's theories on the code that they're using here. But these are all code. Okay, any thoughts on the Urus? Been looking at them online, but I'm nervous its interior and infotainment system is meh, like the DBX. Also, hi! Hope you're doing well and stress free. Laughing emoji. That's a person, laughing, crying emoji. That's a person that knows. That's a person that knows that he's probably feeling a little stressed right now. And then he says, hi, don't love the Lamborghinis. Depends on what you are using for weekend long drives. Everyday car, track, like he's, and she says, not track, just to drive around for fun. I have a Lincoln Nautilus for my everyday car. It's actually amazing, but I have a CT5 Blackwing. I'm thinking of trading, and the Urus is just so pretty. Um, Lincoln Nautilus. What is a Lincoln Nautilus? Okay. Pretty car, and then, but I have a CT5 Blackwing. What is a CT5 Blackwing? I don't know. I just don't feel like Colleen has this much of a. Cat Harmony said, I mean, it could just be that Blake offered to buy her a car for helping her. I mean, it could be, but I don't think so. Why would she be having this conversation with Josh Greenstein? You know? She can have that conversation with Blake. Also, when she says, I have a Lincoln Nautilus, right? For my everyday car. It's actually amazing. But then she says, I have a CT5 Blackwing. I'm thinking of trading, and the Urus is just so pretty. Pretty car, Ferrari and Porsche, better cars and hold value more and drive the best. Yes, waiting on the whatever to not be $1 million. Now, it could be just from Cali dash with love XO. I don't think it's code. It sounds like superficial talk. That may seem important to keep the relationship between them. Maybe I'm always just suspicious because of the timing. They don't talk from September 23 and it just leaps to December 17 all of a sudden. And suddenly they're talking. Like, it doesn't match any of the way they talked to each other before. It just doesn't. And it's the laughing emojis, laughing, crying emojis for me. After saying things that don't require a laughing, crying emoji. Like, I don't expect a laughing, crying emoji after saying I have a Lincoln Nautilus for my everyday car. It's actually, obviously, she's maybe she's saying it's because it's a joke. She doesn't have money for that. Also hope you're doing well and stress-free. I don't know. That laughing emoji after the stress-free, laughing, crying emoji, I don't know. It makes me suspicious. Yes, waiting on the to not be $1 million. Okay, hold on. So usually those cars, like that Ferrari, is not $1 million. Not even the most current version of it is $1 million. Now, mind you, she could be saying it feels like $1 million, just like Jamie Heath was joking about spending $9 million on PR. So, but you're right. Maybe they genuinely are talking about cars. They could be. Maybe I'm just too like like I just feel too suspicious simply because of everything that's gone down. I had asked if this was if I had asked chat. Danny 441 said they could have been talking on the phone previously to this and continuing the convo in text. Let me look. I mean, it's possible. Let's look. I don't think so. And the reason why is because she says also hi. I won't need to say also hi if I've been talking to the person. If I've been talking to the person on the phone and just went straight into text, I'm not going to say also hi. And I wouldn't say hope you're doing well and stress-free because I would know that they were doing fine and stress. Like, what's the gap? If they just got off the phone, I just got off the phone, I'm not going to say any of this stuff at all. I'm going to say that December 17th is an important date. And I'm going to wonder what other text messages were happening around December 17th. Because I don't think this is a coincidence that they started talking like this in this one. I know, I mean, all of what you're saying, y'all, are very, very true. I'm just being suspicious potentially. I'm being suspicious potentially. But it's the timing, it's everything. So I had asked chat their thoughts on it, of why this looks coded and not literal. So this is what chat says about why they think it looks coded, not literal. This exchange does not flow like two people genuinely shopping for cars. Real car talk usually includes specific model years, pricing ranges, maintenance or ownership experience, direct opinions about interiors or tech. Instead, this conversation is vague, abstract, value signaling rather than detail driven, heavy on metaphor friendly language. That makes it a good cover language, right? I'm just offering it to folks. You're right. Folks who think that this is straight up just a car conversation, like that's the reason you have it, right? Because it can, you have plausible deniability. We were just talking about cars. I don't know what you're talking about. We were just talking about cars. So now this is when it becomes a lot more, like these are just theories at this point. Now this is just this one you have to take with a grain of salt, because it doesn't necessarily mean that this is what it means. This is just an offering that chat has, and I'm not even sure if I agree with the offering that they have, but I'm just gonna read it to you anyway. Matt Kreider 616 says it's absolutely the way I message. Well, I mean, that's why it could work for some folks. So you never tell people. So when you're talking about cars and the person's trying to buy a car, you never talk about what year you're buying, how much it's going to cost. You're not talking about comparing it. Like, you just remain that vague, typically. If somebody's in the middle of trying to decide whether they're going to buy like a vehicle, you stay as vague as possible. You don't talk about the specifics at all. You just kind of keep it high level in vague terms. Is that how you speak? I mean, people might, but if I'm in a conversation about buying a car with somebody, I usually tell them I want to buy this year. Like, I'm not trying to trade it in. I'm not trying to trying to buy a new car. You know, what she does say, she wants to trade in her Urus, but the thing is, she doesn't have these cars. She doesn't own these vehicles. So that's part of the joke. When she's talking about, I have this and I have that, I have this for my everyday drive and I have this, she doesn't have either of those. She doesn't own either of these cars. So when she's saying, I'm going to trade this one in for this one, she's not trading anything. She doesn't have these cars. So I can, obviously, Matt, you know your texting style best, but I'm saying based off of the pattern of how they've been texting, this feels out of place. They've never talked this cryptic in their text messages. And I do feel like it's cryptic. Cat Harmony said it's also weird that they are talking like besties out of the blue, even though she says, I hope you're doing well. So Urus, they suggest, and again, I don't think Urus is really stands for Justin Baldoni, but they said that the suggestion they have is represents Justin Baldoni as the central subject, attractive, high profile, looks good on the surface, but comes with concerns around what is inside and how it performs under scrutiny. Interior and infotainment is meh, like the DBX. This tracks with reputation damage narratives, externally impressive, internally framed as lacking substance or credibility. Depends on what you're using it for. This mirrors strategy talk, public perception, media cycle, long-term versus short-term reputational goals. Weekend long drives versus everyday car versus track. These are use cases, PR moments, litigation posture, media exposure, not literal driving. Not track just to drive around for fun. That reads like not litigation focused, not about proving claims in court, more about image management and public narrative. Trading the CT5 Blackwing, leaving a different strategy or partner, shifting approaches, abandoning one path in favor of another. Pretty car, but Ferrari and Porsche hold value more. This is a clear comparison statement. Who retains credibility, who survives reputational scrutiny, who benefits long term. And I think Echo, you had asked the question of like, is um is the car language, what is it? Is the Porsche, would the Porsche be Ryan? Because Justin had called it and said said that Ferrari was Blake. And then and I got a super chat. Oh, what does this, okay, hold on. I got a super chat. Let me look. Hold on. Let me see. Where's the super chat? I don't see it. Did it already disappear? Oh, there it is, from Whitney. Thank you, Whitney. It says, was there any proof of JB saying to BL, I'm not even attracted to you? Random thought, LOL. No, we just have her word for it. I do think this portion of pretty car, Ferrari and Porsche, better cars and hold value more and drive the best. I think that this makes sense for them, for sure. Now, of course, like, people are not going, one of the things that I'm going to say is, if people don't feel what I feel, you don't need to announce it. You could just go. Like, I don't know why people feel the need to announce. Like, just leave. So I have no qualms about that. Like, nobody's expecting you to agree with me. I am offering something, and I'm not even saying to folks, you need to believe what I believe. And I don't even know if I believe this. I just don't believe that this is just talking about cars. I don't. My gut tells me no. And because and my gut has not, like, my gut has called things before we knew them to be true. And so I don't like it when people think that it's automatically dumb just because they don't think it themselves. I could 100% be wrong. And I can own that. But to not explore it simply because somebody's like, oh, this is stupid, this is dumb, I don't like it, just move on. Like, no, that's not going to happen. Like this, I mean, I am going to move on simply because I do think I explored it enough for myself. But like, I'm telling you, my gut here is telling me that person, like, they're saying something. They really are. Okay. I'm going to revisit this. And I I am going to revisit this. Because this means something. And it's not cars. It really isn't. And it's certainly not from Colleen Hoover. It's certainly not from Colleen Hoover. Okay. With that said, I'm going to flag that. And I'm going to flag it because I think that there's going to be things coming out on 12/17. Look for hints. And honestly, like every you know what drives me bonkers is instead of people saying things like I just don't see it the same way, they have to assign like a value to it. Drives me bananas. Like you don't have to find you don't have to think the same way. You don't have to find value in the same way. But just because my thought is not equal to your thought doesn't make my thought stupid. In the same way that I would never think that just because you chose to text that way, it's stupid. I would never say you text that way, that's stupid. I had questions. Oh, you don't ask specific questions? You don't ask for specific, months or years or whatever? I mean, not months, but years of a car? Those are the questions that would come in my brain. But I'm not going to say you should text differently. You know what I'm saying? Like that drives me. Y'all, I also, full disclosure, I my annoyance level might be a little bit higher than typical, because that irritated the living daylights out of me. I just I just hate it when people are like, "Oh, I disagree with the way you function. Let me make the time to let you know." Like, people drop off of these lives all the time. Like, feel free to do that with, it's kind of like when people announce that they're going to unfollow you, just do it. Nobody needs your announcement. So anyways, I don't mean to be so peeved, but that drives me. Like, there's a lot of people that I don't like. If I don't like, I just go. I don't need to let them know, nor do they care if I do or not. Whenever I find something that is not for me, it's not for me. But I don't think that they're doing anything wrong because it's not for me. Their audience is for somebody. It's just not me. So I'm never going to go to another content creator and be like, "Oh, you need to do something different because it doesn't serve me." It just means I'm not your audience. Anyways. Okay, I need to get over it. I'm just so mad about it. Because I was so excited to explore that with y'all's. And I just can't stand it when people like to like douse like your creativity and like pour water on it just simply because they don't think the same way. It's like, oh my word. Ugh. I would never do that to them. I just wouldn't. Even as mad as I am right now, I would never tell them that who they are or how they approach things. Except maybe the fact like they didn't need to announce anything. They just could have left. Okay. And let me be clear. People who support Justin, we all don't think alike. We all have different reasons for supporting Justin. I don't expect every stinking person who supports Justin to think the same way. I certainly don't think the same way of every Justin Baldoni supporter. And that's the beauty of us. We don't have to. Okay, gosh. Just such a vibe killer. If I'm to use Blake Lively's language. Which I probably shouldn't, but I do. I just did. So Danny says on April 29, 2024, she says, "Hi team, per our call today, below is," oh, actually, let me make this bigger for y'all. And for me, really. "Hi team, per our call today, below is the current run of show. Sorry. We're working on for Monday 5/6. I know he's finishing the movie, so if he can't do it, he can't do all this time. That's okay. We will work with whatever he can give us. Lots of details are still be ironed out, but you can see the proposed lay of the land with Justin and Colleen. Thank you, Danny. So as a trailer watch event, the run of show, John Singleton Theater, Colleen Hoover, Justin Baldoni at Sony Studios, Madison Gate. And then there's an address, reception location at Cali Park in front of the Norman Lear commissary. Number of influencers, 70 to 80 creators / influencers / media. Guest parking, Culver Motor Structure. Date and time and items. So on Monday, May 6th, 11:30 a.m., CH arrives on site, camera ready, escorted to social shoot. 12:15 p.m., CH and JB shoot together. JB arrives on the lot, camera ready, escorted to social shoot. 12:45 p.m., social shoot with JB solo. CH escorted to green room under Singleton Theater for international print generic interview. 1:10 p.m. print interview with CH complete. Breaks for lunch. 1:15 p.m. separate from CH. Social shoot with JB complete. Breaks for lunch at Singleton Green Room. 1:45 p.m. Grooming touch-ups for CH, followed by quick meet and greet with moderator and roundtable participants. 2:20 p.m. CH and JB escorted to Singleton. Influencers will be seated at Singleton. 2:30 p.m. CH introduces trailer. Trailer place. JB will be seated on top corner seat until called by moderator. 2:35 p.m. roundtable Q&A moderated by XX 25 minutes. Panelist TBC Q&A recorded by crew. No audience questions. 2:55 p.m. moderator pauses discussion to introduce JB to the stage. 3 p.m. Q&A ends. Themed reception for influencer begins on Cali Park. Oh, they just had a 5-minute Q&A? That's short. Oh, no, sorry. 15 minutes. Got it. It starts at 3. My bad. 3:15 p.m. floral arranging demonstration begins with florist and CH plus CB. Photographer and video crew capture moments for social. 3:45 p.m. photos with CH on step and repeat. Fans are welcome to bring their bouquets for photos. CH and JB influencers continue to mingle at 4:15 p.m. At 5:30 p.m. reception ends. Yeah, everything was fine between him and Colleen that day. Then on April 29, Matthew Mitchell goes, "Hi, Danny and team. Thanks for sending this over. We're exploring and we'll get back to you soon. Thanks again." And then Jennifer Abel on April 29 says, "Hi, Danny. We can confirm Justin. He's excited to be part of this. Let's connect again tomorrow for more info on what these various elements will entail. The creative concepts for the shoot, etc. I see there is a placeholder for CH grooming. So if we can build some time in there for Justin in case he wants us to bring in his groomer as well, that would be great. We will ask. He may not need one since it's purely for social capture. We would also love to have a sense of who will be in the room once finalized. If you can copy us on that invite list when you share with Ashmi plus team. Thanks again. Excited for this." And then April 30 says, "Hi, great news. Please keep us posted on his groomer and if he wants to arrive camera ready. Yes, the folks on this email can answer questions about the concepts and the list. Thank you, Danny." Matthew says on April 30, oh, wait a minute. Did I already up? Okay. Sorry. I'm trying to put the different dates. So April 29. Okay, so April 29. Okay, switch to April 30 here. Okay. Okay, April 30. Okay, Matthew says, "Hi, Danny. Can you let us know budgets for grooming and styling for Monday? Thank you." And then Danny said, "Hi, the lovely Emily on here handles all glam and styling. If you loop her in with his glam folks or send her their agent's info, she will start negotiating." All right. April 30, he says, "Thank you. We'll save everyone's inboxes and sidebar on those logistics." And then on May 1st, okay, so I'm putting that one to May 1st. Matthew says, "Danny and Emily figured best to just have you two on this. Please add more if needed. Will there be a space for Justin to have grooming styling on the lot Monday ahead of the event? Thinking 10:30, 11 a.m.-ish. We're just working on the overall plan and logistics for that part. Thank you." And then Matthew Mitchell said, Emily, maybe you can give me a call. We now can cancel grooming and styling for Monday. Is that possible? And then whoever's redacted said, sure. Oh, I guess it's Emily. The person's name is redacted, but says, sure, no problem. I'm on my cell if you want to chat. And then Matthew, oh, why did they redact Emily for so long and then they show her full name up here? Did they forget? That's so funny. So May 1st at 3:26 p.m. She said, Matthew says, hi, Emily. Thanks for the call. Andy will loop you in accordingly for Justin's grooming Monday. And as we figure out styling for Book Bonanza, press junket dates, premiere, and specific press hits, more to come. And thank you all for your help. For Monday's event, can you please provide drive-on access for Jennifer Abel, Matthew Gibson, and myself? It's unlikely all three of us will attend, but just to be on the safe side for now. Thank you so much. And then Redacted says, thank you. I just sent through drive-ons for the three of you. Please let me know if you don't receive. What is the best email for me to send Justin's drive-on to? I just heard from the stylist rep that Justin would now like a look for Monday, so wanted to double check with you if that's the case. So weird that they went all this way to try to redact her and then forgot to redact her in other places. Okay, then I have to put May 2. But you know, they had to redact a lot, so I'm sure people, there's a lot. Oh, did I miss oh, Just Khaleesi, thank you for becoming a bocce buddy. I really appreciate that. Okay. Matthew Mitchell on May 2nd said, hi there. Yes, with the social content capture, we're moving ahead with a stylist. They are fast reaching out. We just spoke with them. Savannah Mendoza, we'd love her to arrive around 10:30 a.m. to get things out and set up ahead of his arrival. For Justin's drive-on, can you please email Keenan Jackson? Thanks, and please let us know if you have any questions. Matthew Mitchell said, yes, we did. Oh, wait, somebody else. Jennifer Abel said first, just making sure you guys relayed the thing about the blue screen and the patterns, etc. And Matthew Mitchell said, yes, we did. And then Jen said, bless you. Thank you. Okay. That was Exhibit 157. Is this again the same thing? Oh, I did the same one. Wait a minute. Did I accidentally miss 7? Oh, it's because I didn't choose that one. That's right. Okay. Okay, Exhibit 158. This is 8:30. Okay. So this is on 8:30. Justin says, how are you feeling about this? The truth hasn't come out yet. Seems to be getting more pickup now. Do you have any concerns or anything we should be worried about? I know that both my wife and I are both feeling like they could definitely be up to something over there. Melissa said, I'm not feeling any type of way. I think people are still looking because it became such a gigantic story. But there's absolutely nothing else they can do. They have missed every timing opportunity to do it. Now, this was already in the timeline, but I'm going to read it anyway because it was very tiny in the timeline. I like the fact that it's bigger now. We also know there was no truth to anything. So what can they say? Just continue speculative BS? I'm not worried, and I promise you every single reporter knows I'm working with you, and not one person has even come to us for anything, not even how are you feeling. If I felt you were in danger for anything minor, I would tell you. You know I'm not shy. I think it has a lot to do with all the worry you felt previously for sure, but people have moved on, and she looks absolutely horrendous. I can't even think what her next move will be. It would have to be some positive movie news or a new announcement for a new hair mask. Um, and Justin responded like with emojis on those. Melissa then says, it's a really good sign that no one media side has come to even ask anything. But if I hear anything, I promise to let you know. Justin says, okay, thank you. Yeah, I just know her personality. And this is the kind of person that genuinely believes she's right and that all of this is unjust. And Melissa said she fully does. I know it. Justin said, so those people seek quote unquote justice at any cost. That's why I just have a hard time believing she's done. But trusting you and grateful for you. And Melissa says she looks abominable if she does anything against you. She knows it. And then she reacted with a, she loved the comment by Justin, and then Justin sends 5 hearts. So that one we've read before. So this one's Danny Greenberg. And this is for December 30, 2023. December 30. So Danny says, just checking in to see how the week went. Here to talk if you need me for anything. And Justin says, hey man, had a really, really bad week. She had the audacity to, I mean, we've read this before, but I think there was some redacted stuff that hopefully is unredacted now when I first read this. Hey man, had a really, really bad week. She had the audacity to email me directly and invite me to a meeting at her house alone if I chose. She's refused a body double, which now Sony and Todd have to jump in to make sure that happens because that's just setting me up for a trap. Although she's making me have one. She's rejected all my storyboards for the sex scene. So he has to get involved because she's trying to keep both of our clothes on for the big love scene, which is just ridiculous if you know the book. The whole thing is just a gigantic cluster F, and yet I'm doing my best to stay positive, although it's been very draining on me and time consuming over this break to be dealing with an actress who is rewriting the writer and director. I've gone through the whole script. I'm giving her a 95% of what she wants for peace, but this is just a brutal experience. And Danny said, good you didn't go to her house. That is insanity. This whole thing is insanity. You have everyone behind you, and everyone knows how incredibly well you are handling this sicko. Oh, this is what was redacted. Hang in there, Justin. You are going to win in the end here. Oh, and WME wanted to make sure we didn't see that. Really? This is what WME didn't want you to see. WME says, don't show what Danny Greenberg says to Justin Baldoni. And what Danny Greenberg says to Justin Baldoni is, good you didn't go to her house. That is insanity. This whole thing is insanity. You have everyone behind you, and everyone knows how incredibly well you are handling this sicko. This sicko. Hang in there, Justin. You are going to win in the end here. Okay, so what has Sony, so Sony called her a terrorist. WME called her a sicko. And I shouldn't say Sony and WME, but people within Sony and WME. The only one that's calling Justin names are Ryan and Blake. Well, I guess somebody called him a moron. I saw there's a headline that said that Justin was called a moron. And I'm just going to guess that's Josh. Because he was in the pocket, seemingly. But I don't know. So Justin says, we are going to her house on Thursday, as that's where she's had said the meeting needs to take place. She also doesn't want Jamie on set, which we are fighting back on. And Danny says, good, you should. There has to be a line. I'll talk with Todd about that, and Warren too, if I need to. And then Justin says, not right now, but feel free to check in with Todd next week. I'm doing my best to just stay positive and give her as many wins as possible to just finish this thing. But it's going to be tough at some point. Warren needs to know that she's destroying her reputation. Now, I will say that I think about Raven. So again, I said this already, but when I did the 17 questions with Bocce and Raven was my guest, right? And she talks about what stands out about this whole thing is Justin never escalated. And when we look at who continued to escalate things, it was Blake and Ryan. Here, again, is another proof of that. He's like, I'm just going to give her as many wins as possible. He was trying to appease her. That's not what an abuser does. That's not what a harasser does. A harasser and an abuser does not give up. They actually escalate. That's when you know you're dealing with an abuser and a harasser. They escalate the situation. They don't de-escalate. They make it worse. He says, where we will need the most help is during the edit, because I'm not going to get everything she wants, and I foresee that being a big issue. I won't even have time to barely show anybody the movie before I test it. That's what happens when you push the shoot to January. And Danny liked that and said, you will get more out of the edit than you think, and we need to do everything in our power to keep her away. And Justin loved that comment. No wonder WME didn't want this out there. That doesn't look good on their most beloved. The one that they you know, that's who Ari's ride and dying for. Okay, so this is emails from May 6th. So, well, what's the oldest? Oh, is the, okay, these are things. Ooh, oh, I'm excited to read this. Oh, I think I skipped it in before, but now I'm not going to skip it because it's an email. Okay, so this one starts in May 3. This one's going to be interesting. Because we're going to see the talking points that Blake Lively originally put in her CRD, but it's going to be slightly different than what Justin Baldoni has. She made some changes, and if you know the docket well enough, you know what changes she made. I mean, if it was her, who knows? Maybe Sony made the changes, but she moved around. They moved around a few things, you know, but we're going to read what we're about to read will be very close to what she put as an attachment. So let's see here. I'm going to have to look up this way because this is I don't know if it's easy for y'all to read or not, but for me, it's too small. So I got to look this way. Says, hi, Justin, below and attached, please find an updated schedule for Monday's It Ends With Us trailer launch event at the Sony lot. Your arrival time is still slated for 11 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, with grooming and styling to begin at 11:10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. Please note that within this updated schedule, Sony has added an Entertainment Tonight paired interview with Colleen Hoover that will air time to the trailer release. Jen and I will meet you on site and remain for the duration of the event. Please let us know if you have any questions or concerns. Thank you, Matthew and team. And so it's to Justin Baldoni, It Ends With Us trailer launch event, Monday, May 6th. You have JonesWorks contact information, which is with Jennifer and Matthew, and the Sony contact information being Kimberly and Danny. So Monday, May 6th, 11 a.m., Justin arrives at the Sony Pictures studio lot, and he gives the address. And Jennifer Abel and Matthew Mitchell from JonesWorks will meet you on site and remain for the duration of the event. Arrival details. Please note, you will be asked to present your photo ID and drive-on email pass upon arrival. Kimberly Wire from Sony will greet you upon arrival, and a golf cart will transport you from the Madison Gate to your holding room. On the final pages of the schedule, please find a map of the Sony Picture Studios lot for your reference. 11:10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. Grooming and styling begins in holding room. So holding room, stage 24. Your grooming is Simone. I don't know how to say that last name. Franged. styling Savannah Mendoza. Details, please note, as you and Savannah have recently worked together for your Well Plus Good Changemaker shoot, and she has a solid sense of the direction you'd like to go with your style, there will not be a fitting prior to Monday's event. Rather, Savannah will bring 4 to 5 looks for you to try on site in your holding room. She will also bring a business option for Tuesday's Milken panel. 12 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, content shoot begins. Shoot length 1 hour. 12 p.m. to 12:30 p.m. Social content shoot paired with Colleen Hoover. Details, the social content shoot alongside Colleen will capture rapid fire questions, call outs to be stitched to various assets, as well as announcements surrounding tickets. 1 month countdown, now playing, etc. Below, please find a detailed breakdown of what content will be captured throughout the paired shoot. There will be a teleprompter available for reads. Rapid fire questions. Colleen and Justin answer a series of rapid fire questions together to be used on social platforms. What's your favorite scene from the book? What are you most excited for the fans to see? You use one word to describe Blake Lively. Use one word to describe Brandon Sklenar. Why would fans see this movie? When should fans buy tickets? Call outs to be stitched to various assets. Hi, I'm Colleen Hoover, author of It Ends With Us, and I'm Justin Baldoni, director and star of the It Ends With Us movie. Here's an exclusive look at our new film, and don't miss it in theaters August 9. Hi, I'm Colleen Hoover, author of It Ends With Us, and I'm Justin Baldoni, director and star of the It Ends With Us movie. Take a behind-the-scenes look at our new film, and don't miss it in theaters August 9. So ticketing, hi, I'm Colleen Hoover, and I'm Justin Baldoni. Tickets are on sale now for our new movie, It Ends With Us. 1 month countdown. Hey, it's Justin and Colleen here to remind you that we are just 1 month away from It Ends With Us hitting theaters. Get tickets now. Hey, our new movie, It Ends With Us, comes to theaters in just 1 month. Watch Lily's story come to life on the big screen August 9. Now playing, hi, our new movie, It Ends With Us, is now playing exclusively in theaters. Grab your best friend and your tissue box. Get tickets now. Colleen and Justin Q&A each other. Colleen to Justin, was there a specific part of the book that made you decide to oversee the film adaptation? Justin to Colleen, as a creator, are you ever overwhelmed by making choices, decisions, and or getting into creative ruts? And how do you get out of that? Colleen to Justin, what's important for audiences to take away from this movie? Justin to Colleen, what do you think book fans will love most about the movie? Home entertainment, Colleen, I'm Colleen Hoover. Justin, and I'm Justin Baldoni. Colleen, It Ends With Us is now available to buy or rent on digital. Justin, watch it now. Justin, don't miss our new film, It Ends With Us. Colleen, now available to buy or rent on digital. Justin, It Ends With Us is available to buy or rent now on digital. Colleen, watch It Ends With Us tonight. Buy or rent it now on digital. Comment responses forthcoming. 12:30 p.m. to 1 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, solo social content shoot. Details. Following the paired social content shoot, you will move into a solo shoot, which will capture an EPK interview, ticketing and now playing announcements, a social interview, anatomy of scenes breakdown, along with additional concepts that will be used for socials leading up to the film's release. Below, please find a detailed breakdown of what content will be captured throughout the solo shoot. EPK interview. For transcription purposes, can you please introduce yourself and your roles on this film? Let's start at the beginning, and can you tell me about how the film came about? How did you learn of Colleen Hoover and her book, It Ends With Us? With such a beloved text and a global fan base, did you feel any extra pressure to honor expectations? Why do you think the book has been so widely celebrated? Describe the genesis of the film. How did it start? What about this movie cemented your choice to direct it? Do you have any personal connection to it? What conversations did you have with Colleen during development / pre-production? You are directing and acting. Discuss how you manage your many roles throughout production. Can you talk about how in the film adaptation it is structured with this notion that we see Lily's recovered memories? Why was it crucial to depict them in that way? Describe your character Ryle and the type of person he is. What made you want to take on this complicated character of Ryle? Discuss working with screenwriter Christy Hall on adapting the book. Can you talk about casting Blake Lively as Lily Bloom and why she was such a great fit for this role? Let's talk about Atlas for a minute. What's his relationship to Lily? And why did you cast Brandon Sklenar? Talking about working with this fantastic cast, Jenny Slate as Alyssa, Hassan Minhaj as Marshall, Isabella Ferrer as young Lily, Alex Nudestater as young Atlas. When it comes to the look of the film, especially the flower shop, Lily Blooms, what were you going for when you were discussing the look of the set? Why should audiences see it ends with us in theaters? What kind of conversations do you hope audiences have after seeing the film? What do you hope to inspire in audiences with this film? For non-book fans, briefly explain the premise of the film. Question 21. Question 21 is for Blake Lively. Just kidding. Ticketing. Hi, I'm Justin Baldoni, and I can't wait for you to see It Ends With Us. It means so much to be able to bring this powerful story to the big screen. I hope you enjoyed it as much as we enjoyed making it. Well, I hope they enjoyed it more than that. Get your tickets now. Hi, I'm Justin Baldoni, director of It Ends With Us. You'll also see me on screen as Ryle, opposite of Blake Lively. Tickets are on sale now. Hi, I'm Justin Baldoni, director of It Ends With Us. You'll also see me on screen as Ryle. Tickets are on sale now. Now playing. I couldn't be more excited to let you know It Ends With Us is now playing in theaters. It is an honor to be able to bring you this empowering story to the big screen. Enjoy. Hi, I'm Justin Baldoni. My new film, It Ends With Us, is now playing in theaters. Get tickets now. Social interview, questions forthcoming. Anatomy of a Scene, Filmmaker Friday. Justin dives into key moments for the movie to talk about developing, scripting it, and shooting it to be used as a Filmmaker Friday series. The scenes. When Lily doesn't say anything at her dad's funeral. Rooftop scene. When Lily and Atlas hang out at her house for the first time as teens. When Ryle and Lily meet at the party. When Lily sees Atlas for the first time at the restaurant. The Ryle and Atlas fight in the restaurant. Aftermath of the stairs moment. General questions while making a bouquet. Justin answers the following questions straight to camera as she makes a floral arrangement for use on social. What book to screen moment is your favorite? What was the most rewarding part of being on the It Ends With Us set? What's one secret that only you know about your character? What flowers would you put into a bouquet? Describe Lily in 3 words. Lean into strength, agency, etc. Who is a woman that inspires you? Divide the fandom, audiobooks or physical books. What about this story is in particular wanted you to tell this story, and why did you feel like you needed to play the role of Ryle? How do you plan a scene? Do you storyboard? Can you talk about your approach? Do you have any advice or tips for aspiring filmmakers? Petals. Slow-mo coverage of shots of he loves me not type. Pulling the petals from a flower eventually crumples the flower. Home entertainment. Hello, I'm Justin Baldoni, and don't miss my new film, It Ends With Us, now available to buy or rent on digital. Watch it now. I'm Justin Baldoni, director of It Ends With Us. Check out this deleted scene and watch the film now, available to buy or rent on digital. 1 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, content shoot wraps. Kimberly Wire escorts Justin to holding room for lunch break. 1 to 1:30 p.m. lunch break. Location is the Cutter's Alley Room 417. Oh, we do have a double pants emoji. For all those that are bocce buddies and bocce besties, can you show them what the double pants one looks like if you haven't already? 1:30 p.m. to 1:40 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, grooming touch-ups with Simone, also at the same place. 1:40 p.m. Kimberly Wire escorts Justin to Cali Park for a photo capture and Entertainment Tonight interview paired with Colleen Hoover. Location is Cali Park. Details: at this time, a photographer will capture photos of you and Colleen Hoover together in front of photo wall. Following the photo capture, the two of you will complete a paired interview with Entertainment Tonight host Denny Directo. Please note the interview will air time to the trailer release. Interview Denny Directo, host at Entertainment Tonight. About Denny Directo. Denny Directo is a correspondent at Entertainment Tonight, Directo previously served as a digital correspondent and producer for Entertainment Tonight. He began his journalism career at Entertainment Tonight in 2010 and became an integral part in the brand's success in the digital, social, and live streaming space. Hailing from Norco, California, Directo started his career after graduating from UC Santa Barbara and connecting with a friend who gave him a tour of the lot before telling him about a PA opportunity at Entertainment Tonight. Mama underscore Panda 86 says, I want to know what this deleted scene is. Me too. I wondered the same thing as I was reading that. 2 p.m. Entertainment Tonight interview wraps. Kimberly Wire escorts Justin to Cutter's Alley Room 415. 2:05 to 2:20 p.m. Meet and greet with moderator and roundtable participants at Cutter's Alley Room 415. The details are Kimberly Wire will escort you to Cutter's Alley Room 415 for a quick meet and greet with a roundtable Q&A moderator and participants. You will also be joined by Colleen Hoover. At 2:20 p.m., Kimberly Wire escorts Justin to the John Singleton Theater. Details, upon arrival, you will be seated discreetly in the back corner while you wait to surprise the audience. 2:30 p.m., it ends with us trailer screening. Location, John Singleton Theater. The details, Colleen will introduce the trailer, after which it will play for the audience of influencers. 2:35 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, roundtable Q&A begins. Q&A details, please note this Q&A will be recorded by a crew. There will be no audience questions. Please find It Ends With Us talking points on the final pages of the schedule for your reference. Moderator Denny Directo, host at Entertainment Tonight. Influencer panelists, Kate Baker, Monica Patterson, Kira Lewis. I don't think I know any of those individuals. Does anybody know any of those influencer panelists? 2:55 p.m. Denny introduces Justin as a surprise guest to join the conversation on stage. 3 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, roundtable Q&A wraps. Details, following the QA discussion, Kimberly Wire will escort you to the influencer reception. This would happen, Peppermint 6382, this would have happened sometime in May. I already forgot, but sometime early May. 3 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, roundtable Q&A wraps. Details, following the Q&A discussion, Kimberly Wire will escort you to the influencer reception. 3:05 p.m. photo capture of Justin and Colleen Hoover together in front of photo wall. 3:05 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, influencer reception begins. Location, Cali Park. Reception length 1 hour 10 minutes. Details, the reception will feature bouquet arranging stations, grazing stations, wine and music. You and Colleen Hoover will be stationed at one of the bouquet arranging stations for the first round. Please feel free to mingle with guests for selfies, etc. Please note, a photographer and video crew will be on site to capture moments for social. 4:15 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, end of day. Details, Kimberly Wire. Sony will escort you to Madison Gate to exit the Sony lot. 4:15 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. FYI, influencers continue to mingle. And then, okay, so here you go. Here y'all's go. If you've read Blake Lively's CRD, you would have seen something like this. It's not 100% the same, but it is mostly the same. And this is, they move things around. And I'm going to tell you which things she removed, if I recall. And it's not that she removed things necessarily, but there is a section that was removed. But I don't know if it was removed. Well, we'll see. I haven't read this, so I don't know if it's going to show it. But I just want you to think about the fact that this is very close to what Blake Lively provided us on the back of her CRD. Okay, it ends with us talking points. Log line. It Ends With Us, the first Colleen Hoover novel adapted for the big screen, tells the compelling story of Lily Bloom, Blake Lively, a woman who overcomes a traumatic childhood to embark on a new life in Boston and chase a lifelong dream of opening her own business. A chance meeting with charming neurosurgeon Ryle Kincaid, Justin Baldoni, sparks an intense connection, but as the two fall deeply in love, Lily begins to see sides of Ryle that remind her of her parents' relationship. When Lily's first love, Atlas Corrigan, Brandon Sklenar, suddenly re-enters her life, her relationship with Ryle is upended, and Lily realizes she must learn to rely on her own strength to make an impossible choice for her future. So the positioning. Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni are starring in the film adaptation of Colleen Hoover's highest selling novel, Colleen Hoover's It Ends With Us. This is the first Colleen Hoover book to be adapted for the big screen. She's also executive producing. Justin Baldoni is also directing and executive producing. So we know that Justin Baldoni had his executive producer role at least up to May. We don't know necessarily when he gets that pulled from him. Um, Producers are Alex Sachs and Wayfarer Studios' Jamie Heath. Executive producers are Blake Lively, Colleen Hoover. So see, as you see, right? Producers are Alex Sachs and Wayfarer Studios' Jamie Heath. Executive producers are Blake Lively, Colleen Hoover, Steve Sarwis, Andrea Adjemian, and Andrew Kaloff. Christy Hall has penned the screenplay and is also a producer. It Ends With Us is a big, emotional, complicated story about breaking free from the past and empowering yourself and your future. The character of Lily Bloom has resonated with so many readers because her journey is relatable. Her story isn't black and white. She has to make hard decisions that have lasting consequences. This is a story about, you know what? Actually, this is not the same. I stand corrected. They must have written a newer version. This is strictly for Colleen and Justin. When it was for the whole cast, it was a very different talking point. So this is specifically for the talking point for this thing. I just realized that because as I'm reading this, I'm like, none of this sounds familiar. So I stand corrected. This is not her. The one in her CRD looks like this. The talking points look like this, but the talking points are different. Um, there might be a little bit of an overlap, but there's still differences in here. Um, this is a story about Lily's journey from leaving a small town, moving to Boston, and embarking on a whole new life. She leaves behind a complicated childhood and in doing so discovers her own resilience and strength, empowering her to stand up to adversity. It's more than just a love story or love triangle. It's the story of Lily learning how to take agency of her future. After growing up in a home where Lily witnessed her mother being abused by her father and vowing never to be in that position, she enters a relationship with Ryle and unwittingly finds herself following the same footsteps as her mother. Through this journey, Lily must learn to stand up for herself and that true strength lies within. The book connected with millions of readers and became a rare phenomenon in the publishing world. Everyone knows someone who read this book. After becoming a book talk cultural phenomenon with over 2 billion views on her TikTok hashtag, Colleen Hoover is currently the best-selling novelist in the US with over 25 million books sold by the end of 2023. Hoover wrote 5 of the top 10 best-selling print books of any genre in 2022. That's pretty impressive. Top 5 out of 10 of the New York Times bestseller. I mean not the New York Times bestseller, but best-selling print books of any genre. That's actually quite impressive. That's very impressive, to be honest. Published in 43 foreign languages, It Ends With Us was the top-selling print book of 2022. Has been on the New York Times bestseller list for over 135 weeks by the end of 2023. What to avoid? As it's early in the campaign, try to avoid going too deep in the story or giving away too many details on the plot. Keep it top line and try to focus more on filming, working with fellow cast members, Justin as the director and lead. And then here is where it talks about it, right? Where they're like, he went off script here. But this is early in the thing where they didn't want to give too much information yet. Focus more on Lily's strength and resilience as opposed to describing the film as a story about domestic violence. Empowerment is not just about standing up to adversity, but also having the power to overcome within oneself and grow from it and developing agencies to shape the future. Avoid talking about this film that makes it feel sad or heavy. It's a story of hope. So parts of these are still in the actual original one. Now, these portions do sound familiar. And here's the thing, though. It's coming. It's coming from Jones Works. So then, okay, then that's another piece that we have to think about. Did it come from Jones Works, or did this come from Sony through Jones Works? Because then the question is, because Blake says this is Sony's. So this must be Sony's. Because Blake claimed it was from Sony originally. But at the same time, when did Maximum Effort get involved? Was Maximum Effort already involved by this time? They may have come in June, not May. Okay, so then that's the map. All right, I'm sorry for the scrolling, but we're going up now to May 6th. So May 6th, he says, we're likely en route, but we wanted to bump up today's itinerary for you. See you soon. Okay, so May 6th is when it happened. Somebody had asked when this event happened. It was May 6th, 2024. Okay, that was it. Okay, this is 517. Okay, 517. And it's from David Small. I think this is the same guy that did sentiment, the sentiment email before, but in May, I'm not May, in August. Okay. So let's see who's up in this email from David Small. You got Tom, you got Josh, you got Danielle. I don't know if I know Danielle or Joe. Or, I mean, heard of Jack, Kate, Steven, maybe, Rose, Stephanie, Bridget, Gloria, Jason, Ange, Elias, Michael, and Jeffrey. It ends with us trailer 24-hour social response domestic. It ends with us trailer 1 domestic social report 51724. PD PDF. Oh, the chat is hopping and Bocce's missing it all. I'm so sorry. What is happening? Someone give me a synopsis. Well, you know what though? Cat Harmony, I'm glad y'all are having fun. I mean, I always say like the best part about this community is like is the community that you build with each other, right? Because when y'all come to my lives, there's some regulars, and so you start to establish some of those that community with each other. So you like to see each other in chats. So I'm glad you're enjoying each other. So David said, hi, Tom. Following up with more detail on yesterday's hugely successful trailer launch for It Ends With Us, the social response is bigger than we could have imagined. And though we expect to see some online debate about the book's sensitive issues, the vast majority of the vocal fan base is very excited for this movie. What to know? Deeply engaged core fan bases helped to drive a massive early response, which included 108.4 million views plus 19.7 million on TikTok. A total that dwarfs all comps, including nearly 5 times crawdads. Sentiment was also above 90% positive on fan-centric platforms. Emotional book readers anticipate a faithful adaptation of a powerful story, and they increasingly embrace our cast. The Taylor Swift track was also seen as a perfect choice. Some are debating the book's handling of domestic violence, including limited accusation that it romanticizes the issue. But readers are predominantly standing in support of the source material and eagerly await its big screen debut. Opportunity outside the core will become clearer in the weeks to come. Okay. Oopsie. Weeks to come. Okay, now we go to headlines. The launch drove massive early activity, reaching 108.4 million views in the first 24 hours, easily outpacing all comps. There were nearly 2 million social comments across platforms with 96% total positivity. Fans of the book and talent were heavily engaged on Instagram, 1.5 million comments, and TikTok, 300K comments. Book readers respond emotionally after seeing Lily's story come to life. They expressed a strong love for the story and an increasing confidence that the movie will capture everything they love about it. You know what, actually, sorry, I just realized that even though Sony wrote in their thingy-majiggy to not talk about the domestic violence aspect of the movie, Justin still did. I remember that now in that interview. He still brought it up. Um, so that I think they did not see eye to eye about whether or not that was an important thing to talk about. But I do remember now that he did talk about it in that interview. Um, Book readers responded emotionally after seeing Lily's story come to life. They expressed a strong love for the story and an increasing confidence that the movie will capture everything they love about it. Many quoted empowering lines from the trailer. We break the pattern. What would you say to her? Or mentioned that the flower shop was exactly as they had pictured it. The core cast, including Blake, Justin, and Brandon, received support from their fans as well as readers. Some debate persisted around actors matching readers' vision of the younger characters from the book. However, pushback was much less frequent than after initial announcements, and many wondered how they could ever have doubted the cast. My tears ricochet resonated strongly. Fans of Taylor and the book felt the song was a perfect fit. The use of the song, along with Taylor Nation's social support, boosted credibility and broadened the launch significantly. The song drove 44% of total volume on Twitter, X, and 13% of organic discussion. Comp title, where the Crawdads Sing also used a Taylor Swift song in the first trailer, Carolina, although it was an original song and as a result drove a larger share of social volume, 81% versus our 44%. Most were thankful that the movie is accurately representing the complex themes of the book, often sharing that the book helped them through their own experiences with domestic violence. Some on Twitter were less receptive to a movie about abuse, however, and others accused Colleen Hoover of romanticizing the issue. The influencer event also made a splash, amassing 270K likes and 16K comments and shares. Fans eagerly engaged with surrounding content, appreciating that creators could share insider scoop. Let us know if you have any questions, David. Okay, I think it's just the same. Okay, so this headlines portion is still the same of what he wrote, but here's some numbers he also gave, which he said in his report. Okay, so for look at here. Social volume and positive sentiment for 5 Feet Apart. 24,633, 88% on X. But A Simple Favor had 1,919. What a difference in amounts. Views globally, 5 Feet Apart had 6.1 million, and Simple Favor had 1.7 million. So technically, his movie did way better than hers. Anyways, back then. Okay, gender, 68% female, 32% male. For Hispanic, plus 8%. Asians, plus 7%. But for Black folks, it was minus 57%. What does that mean? Does that mean it was a negative? Was negative? Fanship, 62% were readers, 38% non. I wonder what that means. I'm gonna look it up real quick. Oh, Kenny Vixen music. A Simple Favor was the first one, so she wasn't doing that to herself yet. I believe that's the another Simple Favor where she did that. Okay, so I was wondering what this means. Those numbers show how each group compares to a reference points called the norm or baseline. Here's how to read them. Index versus norms means the results are compared to an overall average or expected rate. So plus 8% for Hispanic, this group shows up or is represented 8% more than the norm. The plus 7% for Asians, this group shows up or is represented at 7% more than the norm. But negative 57% for Black folks, this group shows up or is represented 57% less than the norm. That is a very large gap, is what it wrote. That is a very large gap. It really is. So story 42% said specific moments, Lively's empowering one-liners resonated and readers were emotional about the intense moments teased. Some loved that the flower shop looked just like how the book described it. Domestic violence themes, fans shared how the book helped them through their own experience, often reacting emotionally to the trailer and expressing hope that the film will start conversations that will help others affected by abuse. Others didn't wish to support any depictions of domestic violence, regardless of the trailer's tone. Their concern was inflated by shares on Twitter X and was nearly absent elsewhere. Love triangle. A few Swift fans were excited by the prospect of a love triangle, while other non-readers asked if that is the focus of the story. Spoiler concerns. Many thought that the trailer gave away the full story. Book reception, 23%. Book praise, fans reflected on their love of the book, with most thrilled about the adaptation. Colleen Hoover fans of Hoover, especially on our Instagram account, expressed extreme excitement and congratulated her on the milestones. Some took issue with Hoover for romanticizing trauma. Book criticism. Critics of Hoover shared disinterest due to complaints about the book's writing/quality. My Tears Ricochet, 13%. Swift fans liked that the song added more emotion and meaning to the trailer and were impressed that her account supported the launch. A small group didn't want the song associated with a polarizing book. This minor concern also appeared after Taylor's original song Carolina was used in the first trailer for Where the Crawdads Sing. Talent, 11%. Blake Lively. Most felt Lively was fitting as Lily after seeing the trailer, and Lively's fans were very supportive. A smaller group remained skeptical of her in the role, mostly due to age. Ensemble. Females praised the casting as a whole. Some readers felt the cast was too old, but remained open to them. The trailer converted many skeptics, but with most now saying that the core cast can embody the book's characters. Justin Baldoni. Females raved about his appearance, while his supporters applauded him for directing. Brandon Sklenar. Readers were divided on whether Sklenar matched Atlas's persona and appearance as described in the book. Interesting. So he had the most criticism for himself, which is interesting. Outright interest, 11%. Excitement, intent to see. Book fans, often 18 to 34, were won over by the trailer, now feeling that the casting and story will do a favorite book justice. Many shared intent to watch. Advocates, females began planning girls' nights trips to the theater. General interest, book fans also shared strongly emotional reactions. So here's some sample positive reactions. So for the story, domestic violence, I hope this film is the splinter that disrupts the abuse cycle so many people are existing in. I hope it doesn't let them go back to their painful normal and they reach out for help. There's no such thing as deserving abuse. IG. This book helps me heal from my own abuse in a different way. I don't care what anyone says. I'm so excited to see it. Crying emoji. And that's from TikTok. Specific moments, we break the pattern or the pattern breaks us. I don't know what TW is. What is TW? I have no idea. As hard as this choice is, we break the pattern before the pattern breaks us. They added the chair scene. Crying emoji. We break the pattern breaks us. Screaming, crying, you tripped. I'm dreading the where did you get that magnet, Lily scene. I remember crying reading that part in the book. Lily asked him what he would say to his daughter was heart-wrenching. Yes, the flower shop is exactly how I pictured it. We break the pattern and the pattern breaks us. Now that is powerful. You fell. Yeah, sure, buddy. And then Love Triangle was at Taylor Nation 13. It ends with us. Blake Lively, Sony Pictures. Folklore, Love Triangle stands rise. Book reception, book praise. I love this book. OMG, it feels like I'm reading the book again for the 4th time. I've got goosebumps. I hope this remains true to the essence of the book because it's a masterpiece. My tears ricochet. I can go anywhere I want, just not home. Lyrics always resonated. Perfect song choice for this. I may or may not have teared up due to my tears ricochet being used. My tears ricochet playing in the background with sad faces. Talent, Blake Lively. Starring Blake Lively, exclamation marks. Blake is so perfect to be Lily. So excited for this. My lovely Blake is back with a heart. Ensemble. Holy moly, is Justin and Blake. Big up, Justin, my Jane the Virgin homeboy. Taylor Black. I said Black Lively. She would not prefer that. She will not beat the allegations. I'm sure you meant Blake Lively. Taylor, Blake Lively, and Colleen, I cannot wait. Justin Baldoni, can't wait. Would see it anyway, but knowing it's a Justin Baldoni movie makes it all the better. Justin Baldoni is just too fine with a bunch of random letters behind it. Justin Baldoni as the villain and director. Thank you for this generous gift. And then for Brandon, they said Atlas deep voice. Hey, Lil. Hit me in my chest. I can't wait. Atlas noticing everything the same as in the book. I want to watch this solely because of Brandon Sklenar. He's amazing in 1923. Outright interest, excitement, intent to see. This looks so much better than I thought. I love the book, by the way. Now I'm really excited. Just release this movie now. I can't wait. I'm officially so excited and looking forward to this. Advocates, redacted. We are going to watch this. Redacted, girls' night. Redacted. I'm going to need a babysitter. Why were they redacting even back then? General interest. Okay, I had such low expectation, but it actually looks good. It looks good. And wow, I'm impressed with it. Sample comments, mixed/negative. The story, domestic violence. And let's see how many people glamorize abuse after this. It was a book, and it's going to be a film. Why do we need to see stuff like this on screen? Y'all are feral over a domestic violence story? What? Are y'all okay? You mean to tell me this whole time you guys were fawning over a book about domestic violence? Spoiler concerns. The way I just watched the whole movie in 2 minutes. The whole book was given away within this one trailer. Thanks for the trailer. I've seen the whole movie now. Love triangle. Wait a minute. It's a love triangle? Wait, this is supposed to be a love triangle? I'm sorry, this book was about a love triangle with an abuser? Book reception. Upset book readers. Literally delete this. Ugh, now everyone will watch this garbage movie. Why is nobody hating? Colleen Hoover. One of the reasons I believe it ends with us is bad is not the subject matter, but rather how it was handled. DV is such a nuanced topic that Colleen Hoover was not the right author to have published that story. At the end of the day, Coho fans love to fight with real DV victims. Ooh, that's interesting. That's interesting. Hello, here's a reason to not support Colleen Hoover, and then gives a link. Colleen Hoover, they can never make me like you. It's problematic because of the author. These actors are great, though. If Colleen Hoover has no haters, I'm dead. My tears ricocheted. Taylor, why would you let them use my favorite song for this? My tears ricochet. Wait, hold on. Where did I go? My tears ricochet. Oh my! And the book that got me back to reading. Can't wait to watch this. Wait, that sounds positive. That should be positive, shouldn't it be? Or maybe it's neutral. I don't know. Not my tears ricochet. Talent. Blake Lively. I love Blake, but she just doesn't give me the vibe I need for Lily. Most of her roles are predictable. Is it just me? I love Blake, but I can't see Lily to her, even with Riley and Atlas. They meant Ryle, I believe. Ensemble. The casting couldn't be worse. Just awful, awful, awful. When I read the book, Atlas was the hot, dark, mysterious one, and Ryle was boring white boys. WTF Hollywood? Terrible casting choice overall. Brandon Sklenar. What did they do to Atlas? Why doesn't he look like the Atlas as I imagine? STFU. And then it's a link. And then Atlas who? Crying emojis. All right. That's Greenstein's. Let's see what's here. Exhibit 162. Okay. This is 5/6. These are text messages between Colleen Hoover and Jamie Heath, and Justin Baldoni. It's just one page. Justin, hi, 7:30 Piccalilli in Culver City. Agile Fusion. I don't know what means. Check out Piccalilli. And Justin sends a Yelp, and Colleen says, see you there. Jamie says, perfect, be there in 10. Colleen says, we just got here and grabbed a table. It's pretty loud, so we're outside on the patio. Jamie says, okay, thank you, pulling up. Okay, what is... Okay. I just wanted to know what that was. What is this Fusion? Is this the name of the company? It's the Culver City. Okay. It's a modern Southeast Asian restaurant with pre-prohibition cocktails, craft beers, and curated wine selection served in a vibrant and visually stunning avant-garde setting. See here. So this is where they went. So they were out in the patio over here. I want to know what the menu is. Because, oh, that looks amazing. That's so, oh gosh. That looks good. What do they have for, oh, what's this price range here? Sorry, okay. I should probably go back. But I just wanted to see what it was. Sorry. Okay. So that was all that was there. So nothing that exciting. I guess aside from the fact that it shows that they were fine. Oh wait, what time was that actually? Now that I think about it, was that the dinner? Or what? What time was that? Was that dinner time? Oh, it was. Oh. Hmm. Is this is this is this the dinner or is this something else? When did the dinner happen? Just Khaleesi, did Bocce eat already? I did eat. I ate at the funeral. I mean, not the funeral, the memorial. So I haven't eaten since the memorial. I guess it's been 8 hours ish since I've last eaten, but I don't feel hungry. There was a lot of food. You know, if you've ever been anywhere with Filipinos, you know you're going to get fed a lot. And it will tide you over a lot for a while. Oh, sparkling maybe add bocce. What is oh wait, what's happening? Bocce, that's the night I sent you the group picture of Jamie, Taryn, Justin, and Colleen. Okay. Okay, it is. It is. It is. It is. I had a feeling. I was wondering. I was wondering if it was that one, Sparkling. Okay, this one's 25 pages. What is it? Is it if it's text messages, then I'm down. Oh no. We're not going to read this. We already read this. This was this was Blake Lively's PGA letter. I don't need to see that one. I mean, I don't I mean, I'm going to read it only again if for looking for clues of her confessionals, but I really don't want to read that again if I don't have to. We already read that in a different live, so that's going to save us time. Ange Giannetti. Okay, I'm also not going to read this. This is just Ange Giannetti sending an email to Blake saying, "Hey, here's my PGA letter on 6/23." I think, you know, now that I think about it, I think Blake Lively's the kind of person that probably believes the ends justifies the means justifies the end, or which way is it? I always get that does the means justify the end. Hot Messy expressed that I learned my lesson once saying no thank you to a Filipino barbecue because I was an uninvited guest and shy. I learned that day you don't say no to Filipino cookouts. We, I mean, I'm like a bad representation of a Filipino simply because I mean, I don't cook. I love to eat our food, but I don't cook it myself. Um, but like usually, yeah, like you are gonna be fed. You are gonna be fed. There is no uninvited. I mean, we're very hospitable folks. Like honestly, um, I mean, obviously that's not true of every Filipino, obviously, but our culture is naturally like hospitable. Okay, so Exhibit 165, um, and this is okay. This is the same thing. Russell Barnes goes, "Here you go. Not sure if it's too late. Were you hoping?" This is when Russell Barnes goes, "Hey, I'm sorry. Here you go. Here's your two." Yeah, it's like, did you even try, Russell? Apparently, he was even potentially thought he was late. I've had family, Christina. I've had family reunions. There was a we're a very culturally diverse, ethnically diverse, racially diverse family, like extended family. Like, and I remember we had a reunion of like all the family members at this one place, and I was like, are we related? Like, there were so many people, and everybody like again racially so different, and so. Uh, but then sometimes it wasn't because they were family. Sometimes it was it was genuinely because extended like friends got invited to it. So it was very I miss those days. When my grandmother passed away, my Lola, right? When she passed away, it was never the same. I don't know if you have a family member that's like the glue to the family, where the reason everybody gets together is because of this person, and if this person was no longer alive, like it probably won't happen. That was my grandma. Like literally we all got together, and when she passed away it just was never the same. It just wasn't. People, like sometimes people made a point to show up just for her, you know. um this one from Andrea Ajamian actually sent it to Alex Sachs, um and says, "Hi Alex, hope you're well. Please forward this to Blake and wish her my best. I listed my email and sell in the letter in case the PGA has any questions, but I feel confident they'll give her the PGA mark. Excited for the film to come out in theaters. Talk soon, Andrea." Oh my word. Look at where it comes from. Wait, no, never mind. Sorry, I was thinking of a different person. I was thinking of a different Ashley. I just realized this is the court reporter. I was like, Ashley. I don't look at Ashley's the same way again. Okay, 12, that's 624. Yeah, folks are in the chat saying that too. That was my grandma too. Katie said that's how my grandma was. She made weekly dinners. Whoever could come would come. Yeah. I love like I don't know. You know what's so weird? Like when Chad was alive, myself and my other friend and him, okay, so myself, him, and my other friend, we were called the Three Musketeers because we did everything together. And I used to think that I was the glue of of those relationships. You know, that I thought I was the glue. I was not the glue. He was the glue. Because when he passed away, like it's like, of course, my friend and I were still very close, but our lives are just so different now, and it's because she used to text every day, but I was bad at texting back, but he was not bad at texting back. He always texted back. And so when he passed away, like she stopped texting because she knows I'm not really great at texting back. But he always made like I it depends. It depends. I can be a good texter sometimes, but I'm also a bad texter other times. So it's a hit or miss with me. Um and so he was always so consistent, you know? So she could trust that he would always get back to her and feel, so she could feel seen, you know, and acknowledged. And because I wasn't the best at that, I think she just like, and also I think it was just hard. It was hard to have those chats the same way, you know? So it was like, so we were, because we're not the Three Musketeers anymore. We're just two. So it's just different. All right. This one's between Blake and someone named Sarah on 620. Sarah says, "Hi, here is a PDF of the letter. Sorry to text late. I wanted you to have it ASAP. If you need anything more, let me know. Excited to see this film." Sarah sent an attachment of a letter to the PGA. Did she use this letter to the PGA from Sarah? Who is Sarah? I don't think she used it though. Sarah, I don't recall this Sarah person. Makeup. Was there a Sarah in that email? Now I'm gonna have to look at the. Hold on. I'm gonna come back to this because now you're gonna have to make me look at the PGA thing. So this is 18. I'm coming back to the 18, but I gotta see because I don't believe I saw the Sarah thing. Maybe I'm wrong, and there was Sarah. We got Alex. We got Tobias. We got Barry. We got Chris. We got Andrea. And Ange. And Alan. And Lisa. And Cami. And Rob and Duncan. And Eric. And Josh. And Robert. And Season. And Todd. Yeah, she didn't use Sarah's. And Sarah was prompt. Sarah got it in at 6:20. I hope they showed what she wrote. Because why did she use her? Unless she didn't think she was really that important in her eyes. Oh, Mama Panda said, Bocce just searched that document. I should have. But you know what? Sometimes they're not searchable. But I should have tried first before just scrolling through. But she did a letter to PGA. Interesting. Blake says, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm sorry. Sarah said, no problem. It was very easy to do. It was all very true. Oh, for premiere, myself and Mel Licata, my assistant from It Ends With Us. Fun. Blake said, amazing. Please send Mel my best. And Sarah loved that. And Blake said, wow, your letter literally made me emotional. Thank you so much. Sarah, you are welcome. It's all very true. Happy to help. With heart eyes. And then B did a praying emoji with heart. Okay. Thank you for including the letter. Because I'm like, what did she say? And why didn't she use it? To members of PGA, Producers Guild of America, from Sarah Grallman, Department Head Makeup for It Ends With Us, to whom it may concern. During summer 2023 and January of 2024, I served as department head for the makeup team on the film It Ends With Us, a Sony film being released this coming August. I worked alongside Vivian Baker, Blake Lively's personal makeup artist, and Blake daily during both prep and filming. It was a happy and fruitful collaboration. Even during prep, Blake was instrumental in the look and design elements of not only her makeup design and track, but loved discussing and planning the character development and overall look of the film. From young Lily's look and beyond, her signature is apparent on the entire movie. I was in the trailer every morning and was on set for every scene. If you'd asked me who the producers were on It Ends With Us, I would have mentioned Blake at the top of the list, from helping us find the correct vendors, spray tanners, waxers, technicians, to the right people to reach out to for products, as well as troubleshooting any issues. All recommendations and contacts came from Blake's contacts and her vast knowledge of the industry. My job and creative contributions to this film were more successful and smooth because Blake was there with us every step of the way. I hope this letter is helpful in stating her job and involvement throughout the production as one of our fearless producers. Okay. Why do you think she ended up not using this letter? Was she only allowed a certain amount? Is that why? It's just kind of interesting. She was the first one to send a letter and she didn't use her letter. Okay, just copy of Tobias's. I'm not putting that in because it doesn't have a date of when he sent it. Exhibit 169. Okay. Okay, this is June 18. $12:33:20, and this is an email. Okay. So this is from Jamie to Michael and Imene Joseph. Hi, Michael. Hope you're well. I'm writing from Japan as I'm here on business for the week in case we need to speak further. We have agreed to give Blake a producer credit on the film. She would not be getting the PGA mark as that is not applicable. While we don't have a signed agreement from her, I'll let you determine how to best implement the language wherever needed. I suggest she got a shared card with Christy Hall, the writer, as she too has a producer credit. Either way, we are agreeing for this credit to be in third position after Alex Sachs and myself, and who do have the PGA mark. Due to the nature of the sensitivity of this particular project, I believe Josh and Ange will discuss the position of her credit, but wanted to flag the condition for you for which we have agreed to it. Let me know if you have any further questions or concerns. Jamie. Okay, so we know that this is the day that they give her the PGA. Sparkling Through said, how would that make her emotional? It was kind of bland. I mean, she kind of always plays up stuff when she talks to people. So I don't know. Maybe she felt it. Maybe she didn't. I don't know. Okay, this is Jamie Heath on June 27. I think we probably read this letter already. I'll still read it though. If it's what I think it is. I wonder if this is the email that he sends to his lawyers to say like this was done under duress to do this PGA. And it's obvious though too, because he already stated in an earlier email that she didn't deserve it. And I know folks have asked me about the petition, and it's not that I mean to ignore the petition. The only reason I don't talk about it is simply because, one, I do think it's great that people want to make their voice known and do sign it. I do think it's a symbolic way of showing support. But it has to come from somebody in production in order for the PGA to even look at retracting or taking back her PGA mark. Like it can't be like the fan base. It has to be someone in production that says, hey, you need to really relook at her PGA mark. So if nobody within the production puts in a petition on their side, it's just not gonna be looked at. So somebody has to ask for it within the production. So then Jamie sends this email on June 27th. Imene, Nina, Danny, Mitz, and JB. And it says private and confidential PGA letter to the PGA revised PDF. Okay, maybe this is the letter he wrote on behalf for her. Hi, everyone. I'm writing to you all regarding a letter that I wrote on behalf of Justin and myself. Oh, no, this is the thing that I thought. I'm writing to you all regarding a letter that I wrote on behalf of Justin and myself addressed to the Producers Guild. As you know, we received a request to write a recommendation on behalf of Blake for her to receive the PGA mark. I'm going to stop here for a second. Echo said, oh, I didn't know that. That's disappointing. I mean, I think people, Sparkling Through said, what's the petition? What's the petition, or where's the petition at? But yeah, so I mean, I don't know, but people put in my comments all the time if you want to find it that way. But yeah, I never want to be a downer because people are really like gung ho about it, and they got a lot of signatures. So I mean, I think if anything, it really is a great symbolic, like a great symbolic like visual of how much support he has. So I don't see anything negative about doing it at all. But I just don't want people to think that that's going to motivate them to remove her PGA mark, because they have procedures on how to do that. And that, again, requires somebody within their own production to say, hey, she didn't actually deserve this. And technically, technically this letter shows that they don't think that, So I don't know if that's enough, but but I think nobody's doing it. Um, it's I think the reason nobody in production is probably doing that is, can you imagine? Can you imagine if it got revoked? She'd go nuclear. And I mean, maybe that's the whole point. People probably want to see that, maybe, but like, yeah, I think nobody wants to poke that bear. I don't think they would have wanted me to, like they would never want to poke that bear. Um, Christina said people are still scared of Ryan. Hot, messy, express that side just to annoy Ryan. I mean, Lori Jane 8905 said there is a sponsor of the petition that holds standing. Lori Jane, who's the sponsor? Is it somebody from production? Because I mean, if that's the case, I didn't realize it was somebody in production. Because if it's somebody in production, that does change something. But I don't. But at the same time, it still doesn't. That person doesn't need people to sign it in order to put in a petition on their side. You know what I mean? But it would be more interesting if somebody actually in production put their name on it, because that would be good. Who's the sponsor that has any ties to the production? That's bold if they did. Um, okay. I'm writing to you all regarding a letter that I wrote on behalf of Justin and myself addressed to the Producers Guild. As you know, we received this request to write a recommendation on behalf of Blake for her to receive the PGA mark. This was a request that we feel was unreasonable and cold-hearted. Essentially, the movie It Ends With Us has been taken unjustly from Justin as a director and essentially from Wayfarer's control due to the extortion of Blake. Without going into all of the details of the events that have transpired over the months, Justin and I ended up agreeing to write the letter due to feeling trapped. She continues to hold a threat over our heads, and every time we try and hold a line, she uses that threat either directly or indirectly to get us to fold. Make no mistake, I am not suggesting that we were literally forced to acquiesce, but given the high profile of the movie, the partnership with Sony, the amount of money invested, and the need to complete the movie, we have written the letter on her behalf, omitting the truth of how and why she was able to contribute in the ways we listed. There is nothing to do with this letter now. It only serves as a way to memorialize why the letter was sent in the first place, should we ever need to explain it. And it's been a while since I've read their letter, so I'll read their letter. June 26, 2024. Dear members of the Producers Guild of America, we hope this letter finds you well. We are writing to inform you of the significant role and contributions that Blake Lively has played in the making of the film It Ends With Us, based on the best-selling novel by Colleen Hoover. This film has meant a great deal both personally and to our company, Wayfarer Studios, as we optioned the property nearly 5 years ago. As such, we've been directly involved in overseeing every step of development, from adapting the book to the big screen, to bringing on our co-financier, distributor Sony, and of course, casting our lead. From the time Blake was brought on, she has had an instrumental voice in many different aspects in the making of the film. Her contributions have been impactful as she was consulted with many of the casting options. She helped to refine the script. She redesigned her own wardrobe as well as gave notes on others. She contributed to the production design and set decoration and had influence on how many of the scenes were shot. Blake has been very involved in the post process as well. She has had an active role in the edit, the sound mix, and has made decisions on the music selections and score. She also continues to find creative ways to promote the film so that it can achieve its greatest success. Since contractually she began the movie with an EP credit, our earlier submission to the PGA did not include her as a named producer. But we both feel her contributions have warranted the revised credit and consideration for the PGA mark. On behalf of Wayfarer Studios, Justin Baldoni and Jamie Heath. Okay. Okay, that was 21. Okay, I got to remind myself I'm on 22. I want to just see how many there are on this one. Oh my word. 1:59. Okay, we'll see how far I can get before I'm like, that's good enough. Um, Exhibit 171. Okay, not gonna save myself time there because not gonna read that. Okay, here's some text messages. This is from 5/17/2024. Oh, this has got to be like the text messages. A text message about Ryan Reynolds blocking Blake. I mean blocking Jessa Baldoni. I think maybe. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it's this day or a different day. Maybe this is not the day. But this is text messages between Justin and Jen on 5/17. Okay, Justin. Morning, guys. Just a heads up. Ryan has blocked me. Wayfarer and Emily, lol. Probably Jamie too. So not sure if that's something the public can find out. We should have a plan for if she does the same when movie comes out. I've been really sitting in a good place despite all of this, but that one was tough as it's just so petty. Some hits hurts, some hits hurt, and then I'm back up and okay. But just want you guys to have a plan. Plans make me feel more at ease. Do I think she will? Probably not. Is there a fear in me? Yes. But I'm working through it daily. Appreciate you both. And Jen says, he blocked you? Is he a 12-year-old girl? Ugh, this kind of behavior is ridiculous. And part of the whole plan to keep chipping away at you because they know you will notice this kind of stuff and then likely acquiesce more to her demands. We can put the plan down on paper and work with Jamie and Ashmi to make sure we have all of the documentation needed of what happened on set, who witnessed what, and who would be our allies to go on background, if needed to shut down her claims, and then a timeline of everything Wayfarer did to ensure it was a safe set, etc. We will get through this together. Justin said, yes, thank you. Blocked me and Wayfarer and Emily. They are so worried about their own image that they are so worried about their own image. The way they would do it is to plant seeds like that. Give crumbs so the fans would go digging. It's the Taylor model. So they aren't accountable for a leak. That's why she told Sony other people have stories to get her way. Jen says, yep, we know the model all too well. Oh, Jen, did you play a little game with the words all too well? We know the model all too well. I maybe you weren't playing off her song, but Justin said, it's why I wanted to hire a person to help me document everything, but I can't live in that fear. Not willing to. But I need you guys to very much have a real plan so I can feel at ease. And Jen like that. Okay, so those are some texts that we didn't see before. We saw some of these texts before, but not the whole text chain. That's an interesting text chain. Okay, Exhibit 58. Oh. 23. 5/17. Okay, 23. Okay, this one is 5/22. (5/22, 2024, 12/33, 24). That is the text. This is from Jennifer and Justin and Matthew. Justin says, just wanted to check in. How are things going? Jen says, going well. How are you hanging in? Justin says, in Mexico, getting stem cells and a nervous system reset. Jen says, oh wow. Justin says, haven't been checking press or trailer, but that thing today was insane. Jen said, it's so good. The response has been incredible. Justin says, I don't want to focus at all on it, but I still want to make sure you guys have a plan in case she does something crazy. I'm putting all of my energy into the opposite. Believe in the goodness of the human heart. Oh, Justin. Justin. I'm just like you. I like to believe in the goodness of the human heart. But some people, I don't know. Some people are just different. That reminds me. I wanted to make shirts that said she's just quote unquote like dot different. Um, Jen says yes, we got you, and at the same time focusing on the positive as well, such as the team just securing a filmmaker feature for you with Entertainment Weekly on the making of the film, and that's only the beginning as we continue to ramp up. And Justin says, what would make me feel better for you guys to have a plan for what happens if and when she decides to unfollow me on IG or block like her husband. It would just help me knowing that you guys have a plan and feel fine, because you know what happens after that happens with fans and all that stuff. And that is the last time I'll say or ask of it. The rest will just be positive and focusing on the good. And then Justin said, wow, that's beautiful. And Jen's liked what he said. And then Justin said, was hoping this insane trailer would help secure bigger stuff. Okay. That was 24. This one's 6/17. 6/17. 2024. $12:33:25. It's text messages. Okay. Jen says, and sorry, such a busy morning. I just got off of an hour call with Justin, LOL. They want us to recommend a couple of great lawyers just to be armed with them if we need. Okay, we've read this, but I'll just read it still again. Steve Sarowitz will be paying for this, LOL. Wanted to check with you before I do. Obviously, Marty Singer, Brian Friedman are people that come to mind, but let me know what you think. Stephanie says, Marty for sure, not Brian, as he's not well respected. Jen says, but he's a killer and would bury Blake. Stephanie said, yes, but he will have to check conflicts, make sure he's never worked or rep Blake or Ryan in the past. Jen goes, yes, we can make them do that legwork. Toskovic, 6/17. I think this is when Jamie Heath asked them to ask Mitz to put the text message, the timeline together. If it is, I'm not going to read it because I've read it before. Yep, this is the text message I've read before. Okay. I'm not going to read that again. Okay, Exhibit 176. Okay, it's again the conversation on the timeline. Okay. We've read that already back in the day, but I need to put this in here. 7:30 and 7:31. That's an email. And then this is an email. Okay. Okay, if this is the timetable, is this going to be the timetable? Because I'm not going to read that either if it is. It is. My word, is it getting so predictable that I know what's gonna happen? So I'm not gonna put that in because I already have that somewhere else. Okay. Exhibit 178. Okay, this is from Colleen Hoover. Okay, she's sending this on 7/14. 7/14. 2024, 12/33/29. And it's an email. Phone call today. Josh and Ange, I thought it would be better to get my thoughts out in an email to both of you. First and foremost, I'm excited for the movie and all that comes with it. And I'm extremely grateful for all that has gone into it. In no way do I want to deny support for this film, especially after being invited by Blake to have a small hand in seeing it through. I will say that I'm concerned about everything happening behind the scenes and the positions I've been put in, which is why I feel much more comfortable having this conversation over email. Ange, you mentioned the book in our brief convo before I got cut off. But I want to make it clear that my publisher pulled his book. I'm not sure what anyone heard or was told, but based on some unhappy text I received from Justin's agent, they're assuming I had the book pulled, and I don't want there to be any confusion. I did not request they pull it. I feel like I've read this before, but I'm going to finish it anyway. In fact, I had already approved it, but after seeing the file that went to print was not at all the file they sent me for approval, not even close. I let my publisher know I wouldn't be promoting it as I felt lied to regarding what the content was supposed to be. What they did after that was their choice. But I know there's some misinformation out there, so I hope you understand when I ask that any future communication from this point forward regarding this movie go through email. It isn't personal, I promise. It's just to protect myself in these sticky situations of he said, she said. Oh, I hope everything was by email, Colleen. I hope you have all of it, the communications. I hope you requested the same thing from Blake Lively. As for the premiere, I feel I have been asked to make huge decisions, and I'm honestly not comfortable with it anymore. In a way, I feel like a scapegoat, as though I'm being used as an excuse for anyone having to deliver unfavorable news to Wayfarer. I have felt backed into a corner more than once with the choices I've been asked to make. Am I going to be comfortable with if Justin is there? No, things are beyond uncomfortable at this point, but my comfort isn't my priority. I'm used to being neutral, but this is a situation that has required some firm decisions on everyone's part. And I don't like upsetting people or choosing sides. Can I promise I'll go if he and his team are all there? I can't promise that. I go back and forth every day between continuing to show up for this movie or going into hiding because it's all causing me anxiety and bringing attention that I'm not prepared for / used to. Of course, in a perfect world, we'd set it all aside and everyone could smile for the cameras. But feelings have been hurt and boundaries have been crossed. I can see where Blake is coming from if she chooses not to attend, because if I were in her shoes, I'm not so sure I would be able to stomach seeing someone else accept credit and accolades for what was also a huge, massive effort on her part, and having to share what should be a celebratory moment with people you absolutely can't celebrate with. Based on what I have seen and know, I would personally choose to support her that night in whatever her decisions ends up being. What I don't want is Sony's decision or Justin's attendance or lack thereof to be placed solely on my shoulders. And I definitely don't want to be a scapegoat. I don't know what else to add. I do hope to see you guys at the premiere, but if that ends up not happening for any reason, please know that I will only ever have positive things to say publicly. Aside from the issues at hand, it really has been a wonderful experience, and you guys did the book such justice, and I'm forever and truly grateful for that. Thanks for understanding, Colleen Hoover. Okay. Okay, this is celebrate. Start time. Oh, interesting. It's 6 pages, but the start time is uh looks like January 11, 2023, and it ends on August 21, 2024. So is this people that don't text each other very much? Or just a different, maybe it was a different text thread. Maybe that's what happened. Okay, it starts off with Jamie on 11/1/2023. Okay, I go up all the way to 11/1/2023. This is, gosh, what was this one again? 12/33/30. 12/33. Okay. So Jen says to Jamie, Jamie, or should I say Grandpa, congrats. And Jamie said, call me Grandpa, or better yet, Papa. That's my name. I've retired Jamie. Thank you, Jen. And then, oh, well, that's a short read. Pages ending in Jones were, they're all in turn. Okay, so then now it jumps to 6/17. So this is when the whole PGA situation. So 6/17/2024, 12/33/30. This is still a text. Jamie said, so we are in a good place. Oh, no, sorry. Jen said, so we are in a good place. Jamie said, that's great. I'm glad you spoke to him. Thank you for the update. And I told him today, again, not to share anything with anyone anymore. I learned this morning that after we had dinner with Colleen. Oh, okay. All right. Okay, what? I learned this morning that after we had dinner with Colleen after the press day on the Sony lot, where Justin wanted to share with her everything, I wasn't for it, which is why I accompanied to try and curb it. But afterwards, she shared it all with Brandon. Apparently, they became friends and shared with him that she went out to dinner with us and she didn't feel good afterwards. Like Justin was trying to bring her on his side, that it felt like he was trying to turn her off from Blake. I'm sure he took that and told Blake. So now she knows that he's talking about it. This is what's fanning the fire also. I think he gets it, but needs to hear over again. Anyway, thank you for update on the plane. We will get it though. We will get through it. I think we will get through it. It says we will get though it, but I'm sure it means we will get through it. Wow, well that makes sense. But that's interesting because this is the day that they. Well, I thought this was the day that. No, this is when she asked for a producer credit. Because 6/24 is when they ended up. 6/20 something is when they ended up writing the letter. Okay, I don't remember. Never mind. Jen said, we definitely need to keep reminding him that he needs not to share anything outside of our small circle. Jamie said, agreed. Thank you, Jen. Then on 6/20, she texted him. So 6/20. So that was the game of telephone that we were wondering what Colleen Hoover's thing was not, the issue was not SH. Did you know that? Notice that? It wasn't SH that they brought up. She didn't like it because she felt like he was trying to have her choose. But was she already being brought into the edit room? Was she already brought into the edit room by that point? Because if she was, then that makes sense why she was offended. Or did she bring her after? I can't remember. Gloria said, say that's the problem. It's Justin's share switch. Oh, thank you. Oh, Echolay, you're right. It was after Book Bonanza. Thank you. I knew that the date felt familiar to me, but I was trying to remember what it was. You're right. It was the Book Bonanza. But Gloria says, say that's the problem. Is Justin shares way too much. Yeah. Echo said, I understand Justin in that respect. Yeah. I mean, he's just very open. And, and, you know, I remember my mentor once said to me to be careful who you share things with because not everyone is able to hold the things you share. Like, not everybody's capable, you know? So Jen says to Jamie on 620, just heard back from Sony. They were just made aware of the Blake ask as well. They are finding out more info, but apparently Blake wants to get some of the actors together to shoot content on behalf of the film. I told Sony that if that's the case, and if it's going to be used in any official capacity for the film, on socials or otherwise, then we need to find a way for Justin to be included. That we can't have fans starting to guess why Justin is left out of this stuff. We'll keep you posted once I know more. And then Jamie said, thank you. Yikes. That's great you found that out. Yes, agreed. Justin should do something, even if it's simply doing something at home and adding it to the reel. So it seems like he's a part of it. They must recognize the overall value for optics. Okay, keep me posted. And then it jumps down to 625. 625. 2024 1233-30. This is a text. Okay. Morning. If it's not too early, let me know if I can give you a ring. Jamie said, hi, give me 10. I'll call you. And Jen liked that. And then it jumps to 627. Jamie says, hi girl. Hope you're solving America's crimes. Are you available for a quick chat at some point this AM? And Jen says, yes, I can chat now. On my way to the courthouse. Ha. And then it jumps to July 10. July 10. She says, on a call, I'll buzz you back. Okay. That's where it ends. This is Tara Hanks. Oopsie. Where did I go? Okay. Okay, 621. Okay, so this is between Tara and Justin and Jen, I guess, maybe. I don't know. Anyways, Justin says, Jen, Tara would love you guys to connect about optics. And hi, of course, for Forbes. Tara, you can give me a ring at any time. Justin says, no, just in general. We were talking about using a hospital and recovery as a way to stay out of content. Jen says, happy to chat more, but let's be careful to not lean into heavily there either. Thanks for the chat, Tara. Justin, we connected. I filled her in on all. We will just continue to take it day by day and not take our eye off the prize. Let's not do anything preemptively until we have more clarity on what is actually happening with content being captured, as we have numerous solutions and ideas of how to combat this without you needing to lean into you being sick or not available. More to come here, and we will continue to stay close. X. And Justin loved that. This one is 6/7, 2024. I'm actually like, well, I guess there are things in 2023 more. Yeah. So this is between Jen and Matt and Stephanie. Jen says, Matt and Steph, just FYI, my text with Justin, he likely has texted you the same, but so you can see my response as well regarding doing press for the film. Matt, let's keep EW, Forbes, Harper's as warm as possible and keep tracking their drop dead deadlines. We don't need to do anything in the next week or so to give him some downtime, but I don't want to lose ops. And then Jen shared um Jen shared, ah, gosh, I wish I could read what that says, but I can't. Okay, I can read his more than hers. It's the background that makes it hard to read. But for his, it says, hi, Jen, just updating you guys. I'm in the hospital, day 3. Looks like infection in my spine. My body can't hold anymore and clearly just gave up and attacked the stem cells I got in Cabo. Um, I think it says, maybe it says talking to my therapist and Emily. I'm gonna not do any press for a while. This has all been too much, and I've had too many blows that have gotten so mean and personal. I need to get this movie out of my head and heart. I'll probably need a PICC line with antibiotics for 6 weeks. I'll probably post that I'm in the hospital at some point as I could use the prayers. But right now and for the next few weeks, I'm just going to be done with movie press and pretend like it's not my movie so I can heal. It's been too much. Thanks for understanding. And then other things that he said included, yeah, it's more serious than I would like it to be. I'll probably have a PICC line. I don't know if it's like PICC line in for 6 weeks and have antibiotics every day. Once the pain goes down, I'll let I'll let me I'll let me out. I don't know if that's right because it doesn't read right. Is a whole thing. I will know more tomorrow. I will of course do the certain things that are important for studio, but for right now, I'm laid up and need to chill. I can kind of read what she says here. It says something to the effect of, "Yikes! I'm so sorry. Here for anything you need. Just rest." And I can't read the rest. Something about healing your body. Steph said he got stem cells in Cabo, so that's probably why he has an infection now. Um, Jen says, "Yup." Stephanie says, "Idiot." Jen says, "Who goes to Mexico for this?" Steph says, "You don't get stem cells in Mexico." Like what? Jen says, and then agrees to post about it so he gets it for free. Matthew liked that. Wow, Jen, you were still talking stuff even in June, and like even in June, when you knew everything was. Jen, I was defending you for your January 2024 stuff, but like, Jen, I expect that from Stephanie, but you, no wonder. You know what? They're saying they're feeling some stuff about PR folks. Like the amount of like you don't do all PR people just are the meanest behind the scenes? Like Ouch. Matthew said when it's free for him, we know that. He does the sketchiest to his body outside the US, but then says the reaction is due to stress. No, baby boys, because you got a janky procedure by some strange doctor in Mexico. You get what you paid for. Okay, I'm done my rant now. I wish him a quick recovery. Wow, y'all's that's hurtful, man. I mean, he's talked it out with her, but dang. Jen said, LOL, get it out here before he texts you. Matthew laughs at that. So does Stephanie. And Stephanie says, Matthew, I'm dying. Matthew says, I just can't sometimes. He's truly his own worst enemy and self saboteur. Stephanie said, Jen, Melissa has not included us on any emails or texts about anything. So I don't think we should go out of our way to be inclusive. Interesting. Wait a minute. Why is Melissa has not included us on any emails or texts about anything. So I don't think we should go out of our way to be inclusive. On June 7, 2024, why are they talking about Melissa? Is she talking about Melissa Nathan? Why are they talking about Melissa as early as June? That's interesting. I will say this in regards to it. Stem cell therapy in Mexico offers advanced regenerative treatments at a fraction of the cost compared to the US and Canada, with a focus on safety and effectiveness. Overview of stem cell therapy in Mexico. Stem cell therapy has gained popularity in Mexico as a viable option for patients seeking treatments that may be unavailable or too expensive in their home country. Clinics in Mexico often provide therapies using MSCs derived from umbilical cord tissue or placental tissue, which are known for their regenerative properties. These treatments are regulated by COFEPRIS, Mexico's federal health authority, ensuring compliance with safety standards, and list some stuff. I just get nervous when people assume that because of another country that it's somehow less like. I'm not saying it might not be. I have no idea. I don't do enough like research on any of those things. But sometimes I feel like some statements I worry about when people say stuff because I'm like, unless you've done research on it, what makes you assume? Is it just hearing Mexico that makes people assume that it would be unsafe or not okay? Because, one of the hardest things I will say is I have a family. I have a friend, right? She moved from the Philippines to America. She has all this education. She knows what she's doing, right? And yet she can't get a job. You have to as if your education means nothing because it's not American. Um, and so no, obviously it's not only that. Obviously, there's jobs where you have to do things no matter if you move to different states. Different states has requirements, but I'm just saying there's a lot of very educated people that come from other countries, and the way that sometimes people talk about their country as if their country is not as advanced or not as whatever. Sure, there's places in every location that's not as developed or whatever, but doesn't mean that necessarily something is innately like a bad thing simply because it came from a specific spot. And I just wondered if would they have said the same thing if they said Norway or some other country that they deem more, I don't know. I just wonder sometimes. It's different if people are talking about personal experiences, but personal experiences are like anecdotal, and like unless they have doctor insight on what was happening with Justin, that those I those statements just like makes me feel gross. Like it makes me feel gross that what that they assumed that. What made them assume that? The only way I feel like they made that assumption is simply hearing what country. And honestly, we're the ones taken for a ride in America because we're getting charged out the wazoo for medication that you can get so um so much uh like I don't know. There's other countries that have access to medication that we're charged a ridiculous amount of money for. A ridiculous. We're the ones getting taken for a ride with with our healthcare over here. We're not getting proper healthcare without getting jacked up prices for, you know. I'm thankful that my dad had health insurance because if he did not, and even with health insurance, it's like literally some people are like, you just die. Like the people care more about profits here than whether or not people live or die sometimes. Anyways, okay. Sorry. That's just my frustration with how much we Oh, Life with Carrie said they act like people don't get botched in the US. Yeah. The reality is there's botching done in every country. It just happens. That's why you have to do your due diligence. You have to research where you're going to go, what you're going to do. But there was a lot of sentiment in their text message, not only about the country, but like for them, Justin is woo woo. And which again, it doesn't. I'm not faulting them for not wanting it for themselves. Um, whatever. That's their. It's not their cup of tea, but it's the making fun of somebody that always makes me like. You'll probably hear that from me. It's the thing that bothers me when people just can't let people live. Like let him live. Like now, mind you, I get it. They're in their little like in group. They're not expecting these texts to go out further. This is really how they feel, when they get frustrated. I get it. But I just feel like is this how people when they get angry, like they get this like mean? Is that just a given? I'm trying to think of my worst text that I've ever texted anybody when I've been mad at somebody. And I think some of these things just go like for the jugular so much that I'm like, yeah, I think you have to be built different to be doing that job. Like you literally have to be built different because that just feels cruel. And it's like how can you trust? I don't know. It's just hard. That feels really sad. How is there a part of Justin that wonders, are you saying all these things to my face, but in after reading these texts, is there a part of Justin that just goes, are you just saying this stuff to keep me? But are you really still saying smack behind my back? Just Khaleesi said I have some doozies. KP-T2M said they sound like they have so much contempt for him. Yeah. And I'm sorry, like Stephanie Jones being like, all I've ever wanted is to take care of Justin or whatever. Like I mean, I'm not to say that people can vent about their people. I mean, actually, now that I think about it, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I do have some frustrations recently, and I have put stuff in text message now that I think about it. But I own every single one of them. I said if this goes into public records, yeah. If it gets blasted out into the world, I will stand by my statements. It was never I never get personal. I never cut the person down, but I do state very clearly why I disagree with them and the way they communicated. So I actually don't feel bad with what I wrote. I always feel like whatever I feel like I gotta own it, even if it makes me look bad at the moment. Like if I know what I was thinking at that moment when I communicated it, either I'm just gonna say, yeah, I was a wretched person at that moment, like that was not the best representation of me, or I'm gonna just say it with my whole chest. Yeah, I'm gonna be like, and yeah, I said that, and I'll do it again. Okay, so Mitt says on 8/11/2024, a thought. Do we consider holding off on any posts directly from Justin? He's the only one from the cast posting anything at the moment, and the fans are going ham on Blake, Jenny, and Colleen's comments section. Colleen went private from all the hate. Oh, I read this already. Yeah, we've already read this. I'm not going to reread it again. Okay. I think they both like use the same evidence, so that's why there's repetition. 33. I think it's sometimes so hard for me to think that people talk like this regularly. Like even when I'm venting with people, I hope, like even my earlier frustration with that I conveyed earlier in this live, I don't feel like I got personal, more than I was like, that was really like unnecessary and hurtful. Like, why do you have to why do I mean, but I don't think that my biggest thing was just let people live. But I don't know, it's just interesting. I'm like, do you okay, anyways. um so June 24, 2024, Justin says, I mean, we've seen this one text, but I don't think I've read any of the rest of this, like rest of this like text thread before. Justin Baldoni said, hey guys, one thing I want to do is the Dr. Amen show. Matt, I know you have your feelings about it, but his practice saved my friend Miranda's life a few months ago. With everything going on, I want to have an offensive move showing my neurodivergence and some of the attributes that come with it so that I can start talking about it. Most anything that I've been quote unquote accused of is social awkwardness and impulsive speech. And I think me sitting down with him and just looking at my brain and talking about some of these things will be helpful for me. And Matthew said, I understand why you want to do it. We'll look into it further to see steps to move it forward with consultation and the Scan My Brain YouTube /pod. Justin says, I have the contact. I'll forward to you. Maybe good to have a chat with them and get the lowdown. Matthew said, exactly. We need to see all that entails, what they'd want from you with support, etc., and get all the nitty gritty info. We'll connect with Natalie and come back to you. Justin loved that and said, also, if I'm going to the premiere, we need to get these fittings done. Emily leaves on July 2nd, so hers would have to be done before then as well. We would do them in, I always forgot how to say that. Ojai? Okay. Okay, this is July 16. Okay. All of this July 16. Okay. Twelve 33 dash 35. Email. Okay, Henry Kim says, hi, Josh and team. Below are some insights surrounding digital activity for It Ends With Us across the last week. What to know? Ballooning search volume twice that of crawdads is a sign that the campaign is making an impact. And activity on fan-centric social platforms continues to suggest the core female fan base is firmly on our side. Lower Twitter X activity use a sign of non-fan, broader moviegoer engagement, and minor indications of story confusion highlight the ongoing need to amplify FOMO to pique the interest of those hesitating to take their first steps into the flower shop. Katie said, is it raining where you live, Bocce? No, but you know what? My laptop is starting to hum. So maybe that's the sound that you're hearing. Campaign health. Already solid digital metrics experienced additional growth as the core campaign kicked off. Weekly search grew by 26% in response to media, with volume easily leading all comps, about 3 times that of challengers and 2 times where the crawdads sing. Social activity on Instagram and TikTok was strong and fan-driven, surpassing that of challengers, which generated substantial buzz during its campaign. However, Twitter X activity was at the bottom of comp set, much smaller compared to where the crawdads sing, indicating non-readers are not yet fully engaged. Audience insights. The search pattern continues to show strongest interest in large to mid-sized markets with a white skew. By contrast, crawdads saw a strong skew towards smaller markets in the Southeast. Top markets include Myrtle Beach, Florence, at Sea, South Carolina, Salt Lake City, Utah, Green Bay, Wisconsin, Nashville, Tennessee. Thematic insights, talent praise. The cast, especially Blake Lively's portrayal of Lily, generated substantial praise from fans. There has been a significant decrease in casting concerns. Positive early screening buzz. The early screening post from Blake was met with overwhelmingly positive feedback, particularly among book fans. Domestic violence narrative. The nuanced portrayal of domestic violence, coupled with Colleen's endorsement, continues to galvanize core fans into advocates, amplifying awareness around the movie. Plot confusion. Some non-readers were confused about the story, as evidenced by direct comments and related search terms. What's it ends with us about? Top performing own post. Instagram. Posts focusing on the characters' emotional arcs and the cast's deep investment in their roles resonated strongly. We pick up the pieces and portraying Lily. TikTok, the reply to comments post performed exceptionally well with 6 million views and 60K engagement. More details can be found below, including specific conversation themes and sample comments. Please let us know of any questions. Best, Henry. It shows the weekly search volume 13.1 for It Ends With Us. It was only 1.4 for Don't Worry Darling in comparison. A Simple Favor never even made the top here. But okay, It Ends With Us. There, what else? The Maps. So it looks like it was 96% positive on Instagram, 85% on TikTok, 98% on Facebook, and 59% on Twitter. 32% negative on Twitter, 12% negative on TikTok, 4% negative on Instagram, 2% negative on Facebook. That actually stayed true. You know, if there was honestly, if there was a smear campaign, I would have expected to see the percentage of these things change. But honestly, TikTok and Twitter always has a higher skewing of negative. And I feel like Facebook, like everything like was pro Blake for the longest time. I think I've only seen recently that it's not. Well, not recently, but like maybe a few months ago, where it's starting to have other perspectives rather than being so pro Blake. But Facebook was very pro Blake. Okay, social volume 53% organic. Okay, so weekly social conversation versus comps, Twitter. So 53% of that was organic, 59% of that was positive, with 32% being negative. So weekly social conversation themes: outright interest, excitement, and intent. Many book fans plan to reread the book ahead of time and ask when tickets go on sale. Acted as advocates. Audiences, primarily females, actively tagged others to make girls' night plans. Emotional reactions. A subset of audiences anticipated this would be a roller coaster of emotions. General interest. A few thought the movie looked good. Talent. Blake Lively fans raved about the Lively portrayal. Fans raved about Lively portraying Lily, with only a small group of audiences expressing concerns over her age. Ensemble. A subset of book fans remaining skeptical about Justin Baldoni and Brandon Sklenar. Colleen Hoover. A few voiced criticism towards Colleen Hoover due to her writing of domestic violence and an assault allegation against her son. Story. Plot confusion. Non-readers wanted clarity on the story after seeing marketing pieces. Domestic violence narrative. While core fans appreciated the nuanced context in marketing, some worried that it would romanticize abuse. Book reception. Book praise. Many fans expressed love for the book. Upset book readers. A few were frustrated that the book was being adapted despite its controversies. Early reviews. A few raved about the film after the surprise screening and recommended it to others. Taylor Swift song. Some Swift fans who dislike Colleen Hoover were upset about the collaboration. Ad fatigue. Some mentioned getting numerous YouTube ads for the film and were already tired of seeing marketing for it. Here's some sample comments. Outright interest, excitement, intent. I will go to the movies alone to go see the It Ends With Us movie, happily. Rereading It Ends With Us before the movie comes out. When will they release the tickets? I love the book. Now it's time to see the movie. Wasn't a big fan of the book, but seeing the visual of it all in the trailer piqued my interest. Can't wait. My roommate and I do book club, and we just finished the book in preparation for the movie. Can't wait to see it. Same. I got t-shirts made for me and my girlfriend so we can wear them at the movies on the day of the premiere. Lily Bloom t-shirt. Acted as advocates. Whoa. Was that Ned? I can't wait. 1 more month. Let's go see this. Cinema date. When this is out. Emotional reactions. I just reread the story to prepare myself for this movie, and it's gonna be an event. My heart is ready for the kaleidoscope of emotions. Wow, this movie, the cast, all of it, the emotion, is going to be a moving journey. They made it ends with us a movie. OMG, I'm about to cry. And you better believe that every time that it ends with us trailer pops up on my IG, I'm gonna watch the whole thing. Ugh, Blake Lively gives me all the feels. So talent, Blake Lively. Pinch me one of my fave authors with the Blake Lively for an adaptation of a book that means so much to me. Like what? She is beauty, she is grace. Serena van der Woodson coded. It's so good to see Blake in this project. She is our perfect Lily, and I can't wait to see this movie and love even more Lily and Atlas. Congrats, Blake Lively. Can't wait to see this movie August 9th. Ugh, Blake, forever my girl crush. Didn't like the book, but I'll watch the film just for her. Blake Lively will make a wonderful Lily Bloom. Blake being cast as Lily was one of last year's highlights for me. She's my favorite, and I love that she gets to bring life to Lily Bloom on the big screen. For the ensemble, I can't wait for the book to come to life with these awesome actors. I'm dying to know the tea. I was a big fan of Justin on Jane the Virgin. Counting down the days, can't wait to see the movie. Atlas, just wow. Justin and Blake, love them, and the story seems interesting. Definitely can't wait to watch. People be going crazy over blaming the cast and everything. Dude, I would tell them there can't be any better cast than Blake, Justin, and Brandon for Lily, Ryle, and Atlas. They're so perfect for the characters themselves. Early, um, early reviews. It was amazing. I was lucky to see an early screening. Cannot wait for August 9th to see it again. This movie is so good, you guys. I can't wait to see it again. Best surprise ever. Cannot thank you all enough for making this happen. Love the movie and cannot wait to see it again soon. I absolutely loved it. So happy I was fortunate to go to the early screening. Cannot wait to see it again in August. It's an incredible movie. Can't wait for everyone to see it. You and Isabella Ferrer embodied Lily Bloom in every way I imagine, and that's all anyone who's held this book close to their heart could ask for. Thank you from the bottom of this Lily's healed heart. It was amazing. You are amazing. The movie's amazing. Thank you, Colleen Hoover and Blake Lively, and at Sam Moore. Thank you for an awesome experience. It was the best surprise, and I can't wait to watch the movie again. It was so great seeing you all there, and the movie was amazing. Loved, loved, loved the movie. Story. Domestic violence narrative. It ends with us. It ends with us. I don't think I've seen a film about domestic violence on the big screens before. This is good. Let us as a society continue shedding a light on this. Have your tissues ready. Everyone was crying in the theater when we watched it. I'm glad you were able to overcome your situation and hope you continue to thrive. My mom had to make the same choice. You're so strong to make something so powerfully important in response to this experience. The story that needed to be told. Women need this. Okay. So Henry shared that, and then in response to it, David said, just to follow up, in this smaller group, search volume and our fan-driven metrics look really good. As we'd expect at this point, non-fans aren't really engaging as much, though search activity and some social responses do tell us some people want to know what the movie is really about. The Blake and Colleen endorsements and WOM are really helping with fans and hopefully can convert somewhat. However, it seems unlikely more story of being more transparent about the DV subject matter will help non-fans and casual moviegoers. Really leaning into FOMO and building up the global phenomenon of the book seems to be the most realistic path, and it's more likely they're going to come after opening weekend once it's cultural. And Josh says, interesting. That's what you got. Josh goes, interesting. Interesting can mean so many things, Josh. What's interesting? Okay. Text messages from Danny Greenberg and Justin Baldoni, 7:22. Okay. So Justin says, just missed a call from WME. Was that you? Danny says, yes. Justin says, tried you back. Danny says, on with Cal off. All good. Call you back in a few. Justin says, FYI, I'm in Sweden until premiere. Didn't know if you knew. 9 hours ahead. By the way, just want to thank you again for having my back on the call with Ryan. I shared what you said with Emily, and that really meant a lot to both of us. Someone in the business had a backbone enough to stand up for me. Danny? Okay. Whoa. Danny? You stood up to Ryan? Is this why they wanted some of the... Interesting. Okay. Danny said, always. It felt good doing it. Danny? You know what? I will always respect people who say it to people's faces. You know? I mean, here's the thing. Like, I really defended Jen in the beginning with because I do think that people just vent. But honestly, that last one was really tough to read, just because I'm like, but I just have to remind myself, these are text messages that, but see, I don't know. It would be hard for me to, like, I know that Justin and her are cool now, because Justin says that they are, I think, in his deposition, but it's like, but does he wonder in the back of his head, is she really, like, talking smack? So it's not, I guess it's nice that Danny stood up for him, you know? Justin said, I do think we just need to figure out the logistics of the premiere and get the real scoop on if they're really not going to take a photo with me, as I don't want to be thrown into a cast and producer's picture and then have their faces all weird. I'd rather just get there early and then go inside, but I know that PR is very clear that they want me to be part of a cast photo. Oh, so Justin wasn't even trying. He's like, look, do they want me? Like, I don't want to even be in this photo if they're going to be all weird about it. So how is that retaliation? Remember how in the hearing, they were trying to make it her protected activity because she didn't want to take a photo with him? Well, it seems like he didn't even have an issue with that, because he didn't want them to be all weird either. He's like, I'd just rather go inside. Danny said, okay, we'll figure it out on it. Well, Danny, you got a little bit more of respect from me. I wonder how Ryan handled him saying stuff to him. Okay. Oh yeah, that's the deposition. Why did I even bother? I'm not doing depositions right now. I'm doing only texts and emails for my little info over here. This is 7:24. Okay, 7:24. So Danny sends to Jennifer and Jamie and Matthew, and he says, thanks, Jennifer. Oh, wait, no. Let me read the bottom part first. Jennifer sends on July 24 at 9:23 a.m. She says, Jamie and Danny, appreciate you both keeping us in the loop and updated in real time regarding the potential situation. Just wanted to send a friendly reminder if you could please share with us the legal letter that was sent by BL and her team per our conversation. Oh, okay, I remember this email. But I'll read it still anyway. We will go through point by point and draft context surrounding each situation. We can then flag what we are missing that would be helpful to Armas in the case we need to refute any of the claims. Um, Jamie understands. Jamie, understand that you are also compiling info on the various incidents, which will be helpful to ensure we are in the know of on everything, and we will need potential witnesses, locations, contacts, people who could be in our corner to speak on background to refute any claims and provide additional color surrounding the atmosphere on set. To reiterate our strategy, we should not be to to do anything proactive that could light our own fire unnecessarily. While it isn't ideal to be on the defense, not offense. While it isn't ideal to be on the defense due to the ambiguity and uncertainty of what could potentially be claimed, we will just need to be prescriptive in immediately refuting whatever is made public with facts, third party sourcing on background, and if necessary, a legal response. Please also keep us posted on where conversations net out with Sony and the premiere. Until then, we are moving forward business as usual. I communicated this previously, but just to arm you further in your conversations, it's an easy thing to orchestrate a staggered arrival to ensure there is no crossing of paths on the carpet screening, and JB can easily skip the after party. Here for any questions. In the meantime, we will stand by. Thank you, Jennifer. Then Danny responded, thanks, Jennifer. Should have some more premiere information later today or tomorrow. Here to discuss all whenever works for everyone. Oh. Okay, this is 724 again, but with Jennifer and Stephanie Jones. So Stephanie says, FYI, since our Zoom with Matthew, he's gotten 2 ops for Austin in the last few days. I sent him 1 off, and Redacted also was happy. Jen said, oh, that's so good. Also, I just got off the phone with Tara, and she was asking for our recs for a potential crisis comms team if they wanted to bring someone in to work hand in hand with us if needed. She mentioned Hilsigs, which she said you guys all work together for Redacted, but I said I would connect. I was tongue tied for a second there. But I said I would connect with you for best recos. Stephanie says, definitely not Hilsig. He's not strong. Who do you rec? I think Actum could be amazing, or Sean Sachs' team. Jen says, I've only ever worked with Hilsig or Sean Sachs, not familiar with Actum, but I trust your recs here. That's her Melissa Nathan's deposition. So I'm going to go down here and see. Okay, this is Stephanie Jones and Tara Hanks. This is 726. All right. 15 messages on 7/26/2024. Tara says, hi, Steph. Wanted to give you a heads up that we are going to hire Melissa Nathan to help with scenario planning. She's great. She was our top pick at Westbrook, and we worked with her at CAA on several clients. I reached out to her last night, and Jamie and I spoke to her for a long time under NDA. We both feel great about it. I'm around if you were to talk. Just wanted to give you a heads up. I'll let Jen know after you and I connect. We can also touch base Monday. Have a great weekend. Stephanie Jones said Jen Abel recommended her. I'm sure, right? This is disappointing. We've had a lot of issues with her. My cybersecurity guys found her behind the site it's long story. Redacted knows. Assume since you're only putting me on the text and not Jen, that Jen knew. I don't feel comfortable working with her after all the redacted. And if Justin knew that, I don't think he would either. She's bad news and dirty. Tara said, I had no idea about any of that. Jen gave me names of Sean Sachs and Actum. I wanted to let you know first because we spoke about it. I'm here if you were to talk. Stephanie Jones says, here's the Business Insider article. And gave her some other stuff. Tara, thank you for understanding, as this is a tough one for me. I'm sorry to throw wrench in. Interesting. So, wait a minute. Is Tara being for real? Is Tara being for real? Did Jen not offer Melissa? Did she only say Sean Sachs and Actum? Because that's really interesting. If that's true, why would Tara? I mean, that's interesting. Or unless Jen said they don't get along, so I wonder. That's interesting. I think I'm gonna try to go up to attachment 50 and then call it good for the night. That's Stephanie Jones' deposition. Ooh. Not tonight, but maybe at some point, because I'm kind of intrigued of what she would say. Exhibit 192. This is 7/26, 2024. Okay. Katie says, so last night wasn't 2 hours, it was 3. So last night wasn't 3 hours, it was 2, LOL. When you're online, give me a call and we can run through it. And she does a screenshot and says, I do think we need to bother Melissa with a Wayfarer Studio scope because it was brought to her specifically by Jen Abel. That was sent at 11:29 a.m. It was specifically brought to her by Jen Abel at 11:29 a.m. When was the text? I mean, when was the message? What time? Shut the front door. Tara, you gotta be lying. You gotta be lying. Because she can't be saying, Katie Case can't be saying this at 11:29, and you're saying that at 7 at night. It was brought specifically by Jen. I feel like that shows that they already distrusted Stephanie Jones. Doesn't it? Doesn't it feel like it means that they already doubted Stephanie Jones? Because why would they claim that Jen didn't even bring up Melissa as the option? When it's very clear. Christina said, I mean, at this point we know they all lie. But Tara is with Wayfarer. Anyways, Katie says, what do you think? Brianna said yes, she needs to take a look at it. Katie said sorry. Also, can you chat with Jen Abel at 12:30? So they're already in conversation earlier that day. Mm, okay, that's all in that one. Anything else? Okay. Melissa says, cool. How much? I don't know yet. Oh my God. Jen Jones Works just called me. She wants to give us quite a major piece of business. Something that you and me and her would work on. Justin Baldoni Crisis and his studio or something. She's leaving Jones Works in 3 weeks. I need NDA ASAP. Sent you the template. I can't edit it right now. I'm not at my computer. That's 43. 44. This is 8-4. Okay. Jamie says, I think maybe you should sing a song at the after party. Wayfair with Justin. What do you think? Do you have your guitar? Can we get you one? I don't know. Do something. A couple of things that can bring some joy. I'm not thinking about it, or are you kind of a friend who doesn't do those things? What's my birthday? How about my mother's name? Do you know that? Andy, ha ha ha. Of course, I don't have a guitar, but I'm super down. Are you in NYC right now? Me and Adam on separate planes are circling. They won't let us land. Is it stormy over there? Jamie says, our pilot stated on Eve we took off that it's a mess in that area and that we will figure it out when we get there. Weather is part of it. Good news is you have to land somewhere. I land in 4 hours. Andy said, landing in Pittsburgh, not letting us in. And where are you flying from? LA. Jamie says, this is the movie that keeps on moving. LA. Andy says, ha ha ha. Should I play the song that should have been in the movie? Should I play the song that should have been in the movie? I meant to say the movie that keeps on moving. A pun. It's bad. So bad. Blake is right. We suck. I just realized it. I just realized that. Thanks, Blake. Andy says, ha 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 ha. Jamie says, yes, okay, the song. Andy said, honestly, excited to be there with a bunch of friends. You guys did an amazing thing, and it deserves to be honored. Not even joking. Gonna be a great couple days. Jamie said, I hope so. I'm in the middle of it, navigating Crisis and Sony after party, so I'm nervous. Andy said, yeah. Jamie said, it's like Secret Service. Andy said, what's the possible crisis? Crisis that she says some crazy? And Jamie says, too much to text. I've hired a crisis management team costing $9 million. It cracks me up that he got asked, like, that's a legitimate amount that he actually paid for crisis. Like, get it together, folks. In order to pay someone $9 million, obviously it was a hyperbole. Like, the fact that they took that seriously and was like, did you really pay $9 million? Like, no. Come on. Also, our PR team just have to manage every landmine so it doesn't go off. And there's just so much to it. Also, aside from that, there's the wonderful thing we did, as you said. But it's hard to celebrate because of the landmines. Every day is different. But I hope I land in New York so I can say that I beat you yet again. And Andy loved that and said, we'll be there through whatever it is. Jamie said, most important thing I said was, I hope to get to land in New York so I can say that I beat you yet again. Andy says, no one landing there tonight. We're all partying in Pittsburgh. Okay, Jamie said, I land in 4 hours. Plus, I land in Newark. Plus, I might have dated the pilot, so I have some influence. Yeah, I feel it. We're landing in Newark, and I'm going to win again. Andy said, Adam is landing at JFK. Think we're gonna land and refuel, hopefully. Jamie said, looks like you're alone, bro. Enjoy Philly. Hope to see you at the premiere, but if not, I sing a song instead. I got you. And then he just edited it to say, I'll sing a song instead. I got you. Okay. Katie Case. 720, 89 messages. Can I last with 89 messages? That's a lot of messages. Because I was like, I'm just going up to 50. I might just go up to 45 if it's 89 messages. Depends on how fast it is. Okay, Melissa says, I'm getting ready to go to Redacted House. I'm leaving here at 8 a.m. I don't have time to talk to you about CT now. I have to talk later. What I do need is an updated where we are on all clients, so I can run that through with him. Definitely secured Justin. I don't know why we haven't heard back from the lawyer on the sports one I did. And I also need something else in writing that you need me to bring after Redacted. Katie said, Carolina or Brianna, can you guys please update the list I sent to Melissa on Wednesday? I can forward you the thread. I'm heard to a breakfast meeting and I'm not at my computer. Totally fine to not chat Redacted this AM. Our call is at noon PT. Is it okay to chat before then if you can? Just sent the thread. Needs to be updated with the clients from the weekend. Melissa said I will be there at 10 to 12. I redacted and do calls. We'll have to speak directly after. Katie said that's totally fine. Thank you. Brianna, yes, I am updating. MN, because your morning is busy, let's do this. Me, KCCH will do team call without you to walk through process of what Junior needs to be doing, what for organizational and new biz purposes so we can avoid last minute scramble. 2, then I think the 4 of us have a quick chat today or tomorrow to go over new biz, some internal flags and just general check in as we need it. Melissa, okay, great, let's do that. Brianna, lastly, do you have any notes, updates from yesterday's call with Justin so me and Casey can jump in and lead? Melissa said, not really, just real. I sent to Katie, but can explain later. Brianna, okay. Okay, before I forgot, Zoe sent a really sweet note to me on Friday night saying how she has loved so much working with us thus far. Is very interested in potential hiring opportunity and what would this process look like. Melissa Nathan said I chatted her as well. Okay. Hold on. Okay, I guess we have time. Because all of this is redacted because it's probably all of their other clients. They're talking about the rest of their clients. So they're no longer talking about Justin. Okay, that was a fast read. That was a fast read because it wasn't about, the whole thing wasn't about Justin. It was just about their clients. Jungle said those texts do show that she was being hired by Jonesworks, not Jen Abel and her new HR company. I mean, her new company, not HR company. Sorry. Baldoni. Exhibit 195. This is 8-2. Okay, we've seen, wait, let's see if we need this because we've seen this all before. Yeah, we've read all of this before. So, let me put it in my thing though. 8/2/2024, 12:33:46, and text. Okay, tag. Okay, this is Katie Case. Katie Case. You know what? I never really noticed that they didn't actually put the protections like the original document, because this is not the 17-point side agreement. This is it's like it's a mix of Exhibit A and Exhibit B of Blake Lively's thing. So I don't know if they ever actually did forward it as the actual document, because if this is what she worked with. So Katie said, these are the items in her "I won't come to work unless these are adhered to." Protections for return to production. In order for Blake Lively to be able to return to production on the film, each of the following protections must be agreed to in writing and met without fail going forward. An intimacy coordinator must be present at all times when BL is on set. There must be a closed set during the rehearsal or filming of any scene involving simulated sex or nudity, and any observation via remote monitor shall... Okay, it gets cut off. Maybe, but this reads like exhibit. This is Exhibit A. This is not what they end up signing in the end. Yeah, this is Exhibit A. So what? So in the CRD, Blake Lively provides Exhibit A, which was the original version of the 17-point side agreement, and then there's Exhibit B, which was the signed version of it. So we're not gonna read that. Okay, let's see what this is. 12:33:48. Oh, then Melissa Nathan sends it. Okay, they fixed it. They fixed it visually. Kind of, except the numbering. Yeah. Yep, this is Exhibit A. I wonder why they use Exhibit A instead of the signed version. I mean, the Exhibit A still is very close to the signed version, but it's not the signed version. Okay, this is December. No, this is August 4, 2024. So Danny said, off tomorrow to NYC to this show. Kind of quiet now, but Justin's crisis team ready for a war with her. They have all kinds of garbage on her. My guess is if this blows up, RR will call you to make me clip our guy. I'll put the over-under on that by next Monday. Maybe we'll get lucky and it stays quiet, but unlikely. Movie is going to work. That's it for now, brother. Patrick says, okay, good luck. Okay. So that happened on 8/4. There was so much drama happening behind the scenes. My word. Okay, this is the final one of the night. What do we got? Okay, it's Jen Abel's email. Okay. Just want to see what it is. Anything? Okay, so... Okay, we're not going to read this portion because this is updated for 25/24. And this is very different from the final version that we see from Blake Lively's. Okay, sorry for those that are getting a headache from me scrolling so fast. Okay, May 14th. So I'm going to put May 14th. $12:33.50. This is an email. Okay. Hi, Justin. This is from Jen. To Justin, Jamie, Team Baldoni, Wayfair Studios, and Keenan Jackson. Said, hi, Justin. As you know, Jamie, Matt, and I did a call with the Sony publicity team, Danny and Kimberly, to go over their feedback once they had a chance to listen to the EPK interview that you gave during the trailer event. Attached in the first document is their specific feedback to some of your questions. Overall, we agree with their POV, but we never want you to feel like you can't be authentic or speak from your heart. Your advocacy in this space is important and was a driving factor to why you wanted to do this film in the first place, which we don't want to lose sight of. Their main concern is time. As you know, majority of your interviews at the junket and for talk shows will average around 3 to 5 minutes at the most. So they wanted to provide some guidance on how to approach the questions so that your point comes across without spending too much time in your personal reflections that could steer this interview away from the main point they want to hit. That this is an entertaining blockbuster film, movie of the summer that everyone will enjoy, regardless of your own experience or lack thereof with abuse. We would recommend taking some time to digest this, and then we can discuss internally as a group. We can then do another call with you and Sony PR, maybe right before Book Bonanza, to go over with them directly. Sorry. If you would find that helpful, please let us know your thoughts once you've had a chance to go over. Thank you, Jennifer. Interesting. So this is the guidance that that Sony gave. Overall guidance, keep in mind that the journalists only use a small portion for their final scene, so we need to provide sound bites and at most 2 to 3. Oh, you know what's funny? I always thought that note was for Blake Lively because she does those word salads and she goes on and on. But I guess it was for Justin. They were saying, Justin, wrap it up. You're a talker. Wrap it up. Does not talk too. Like, so interesting. That is interesting. So overall, no wonder it was taken out for Blake on Blake's version. But actually, it should have been kept even for Blake because she does tend to do word salads. Overall guidance, keep in mind that the journalists, and as I say that, I'm a talker, and it's not work. I mean, so I think about like Blake Lively when we say her stuff or word salads. I'm sure it makes sense to somebody. It resonates with somebody, even if it doesn't resonate with me. Doesn't mean it doesn't resonate with someone. It must have resonated with somebody. You know? Echola said his interviews were the ones that made people want to watch. Kenny said, LOL, everyone's saying goodnight and no one's leaving. LOL. Echo said, goodnight, Chris. I think I'll just listen now and fall asleep to Baji talking. I always have that, especially at night. I hope you sleep well, Echo. Fall asleep soundly to my voice. I'm almost going to be done. Like, I'm not going to read the end of this this particular filing because we've already read it earlier. So overall guidance, keep in mind that the journalists only use a small portion for their final pieces, so we need to provide sound bites and at most 2 to 3 sentence answers. Anything longer will be cut or misconstrued, especially given the sensitive topic and how quickly out of context answers spread on social. You can still get your messaging across, just with carefully chosen words. While It Ends With Us is an emotional, complicated story, it is also about hope and breaking free from the past and empowering yourself and your future. We want to focus on the positive elements in interviews. Discussing abuse, how